Hey, what's happening? Rob Dub, what's good? Jeff Hardy rules. Lazy. What's good, man? John Bull, appreciate your text this morning. Dr. David Chester, what's happening? Patrick Warren, what's good, baby? Casual disrespect in sports media is getting so bad. Maybe it always has been, but oh yeah, that's bad. Ooh, look at. Ooh, is that red? Is that 49ers?
Yeah, that's Niners joint. That's Niners joint. Yeah, man. I was like, let me get my little crew necks and everything in there, you know. Oh man, I got weather catfish today.
Oh my.
Yeah. I went to my weather app. I was like, let me see what's going on today. You know, I go on there and I'm like, okay, all right, well, it's supposed to be 60 today. I think it said 60 or 70. I was like, okay, I like that. Look down the road. Ooh, 82, 88, 90. Let's go. Looked up. I was looking at Vegas.
I was going to say, our apps are not the same.
I was looking at Vegas. Come on, man. It's that time of year, baby.
And he was like, man, I hope it's extra humid. I hope we got a little extra humidity today.
That humidity smacked the hell out of me in Atlanta. I was like, I ain't tripping off humidity. Boy, oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Humidity was like, word? You ain't worried about me? Okay.
Like, say I got something for you.
Say less, I got
something for you.
I feel like I need a booster seat so I can get all of the bottles. And I need to sit on a phone book.
That's a good point, Dr. David. I did get chatty housed by my own phone. Good call.
That's good stuff.
I mean, eventually, you know what I'm saying, I'll be in the strip. Vegas is one of those that are always, it's in the presets. I got Vegas, I got Paramount, I got Baltimore, Oakland, Fresno, New York, and Lebec. Do you know where Lebec is?
I was going to say, no, it's Lubbock. No, I don't know. Texas? I don't know.
No.
Baltimore? Oh. It's a town in Baltimore? I don't know. Oh. Loved ones, what's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday, April 13th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Oh,
wow. Wow. It's your own gimmick, bro. What are you doing?
Acknowledge me.
What are you doing? Wow.
No, because I was so...
Kenny killed his own gimmick.
We're getting right back into our conversation.
Kenny got fooled by his weather app because he wasn't paying attention for reasons known to no one. I guess he was checking on the weather on his various properties around the country and thought he was looking at Sacramento weather, dressed the wrong way, and realized he was looking at Las Vegas.
Yeah.
But it ended with you were running through a long list of towns that you have in your weather app to check the weather on. And that's probably a story we'll get to later.
Yeah.
But what the last one was, it wasn't Lubbock. It was what?
Lebec.
And I don't know what that is. And why it's in your phone.
It is our guy, of course, W-A-R. Well, actually, Ramsey. Lebec is in the Grapevine. So when I would travel, when I would come from LA to Sacramento, you always got to know what's going on in the Grapevine. Is it snowing? Is it you always got to know. And
wait, it snows on the Grapevine?
Oh, yeah. Mudslides, snows, all that other stuff.
Well, mudslides I get.
So Lebec is that's the only city that I know is in the Grapevine. So you put that in there and you always, is it too cold? Because it could literally be a 30-degree difference between the other side of the Grapevine and what's in the Grapevine.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, cool, man. I'm glad you I'm glad you are a safe driver and you stay locked into the various weather conditions along your drive. And I'm sorry that you got chatty housed by your phone today.
Man, I was so upset. I saw Vegas, or I saw
Kenny
the
had
weather.
shorts.
I was like, yo, it's lit.
Kenny had a shorts and a tank top on up until about 30 minutes ago. He was like, "Hey, what is this?"
I was like, it's lit. We coming, baby. Let's go. Ricky Rose is gonna be so let's go.
And I was wondering what the weather is gonna be like when Rose gets here, because
they talking about 30% chance of rain on Friday.
We ain't here for that. I mean, I'm good with the temperature, because I think the black bottle boy jacket is appropriate for the outing. Like we got to rep for our people. Like we got to rep for the brand. So, I've been kind of keeping an eye on that. Hate to cut the sleeves off and have to wear it as a vest or something. So, you got Minnesota there pulled up in your. You got Minnesota pulled up there in your weather app? Because
I don't, but it seems like it's lit out there, one way or another.
It was movie-ish last night. And I know Minnesota was getting clowned for it. I thought it was, why not?
Nah, it was fine.
Act like you've been there before. They haven't. Like, let them celebrate. Kyle Kuzma laughing. Minnesota just won the ship. Fam, where are you playing tonight? Where are you playing tomorrow? LeBron James sending a bunch of laughing emojis. Where you at? All right, then. Let these guys rock, man.
I thought it was funny. Like it was absolutely funny. Like their reaction, people's reaction to the reaction inside the NBA. Like it was all funny.
Running the We Are the Champion sound.
But it was understandable. Like absolutely understandable. Let that happen in Sacramento next year.
Please.
And keep a camera on me.
Let us experience something nice. Oh, we gonna turn out. They gonna wonder why that weird statue at Doko was turned over. Like what? You got people climbing up the flat. You got people climbing up the light poles in downtown Sacramento. There's a wild situation here. I can just listen to it. Like I'm just imagining Lisa Gonzalez on KCRA. There's a wild situation happening here in downtown Sacramento. Fans are celebrating the Kings play-in victory.
No, look, it'll go even crazier. That game to clinch the play-in. You win to clinch the play-in. It's going to look like that.
There is Luke Belair everywhere. I'm Chris Bosh with that bottle, boy. Believe it. I'm Chris Bosh with that joint when the Kings clinch a play-in spot. Yeah. When I say we ain't gonna know how to act, I mean we ain't gonna know how to act.
I'm gonna tell all my people across the country right now, get your jokes ready if you got them, because it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit when we get to that position.
There are going to be people out there who weren't alive the last time the Kings made the playoffs. There are going to be people who know like the name Rick Adelman from like a history book.
Right.
Like that, the next time the Kings make the playoffs, that's going to be the vibe down there.
Nah, it's super lit.
Flying in Chris Webber for the clincher. We're flying in Rick Adelman. It's going to be that last home game at Arco Arena all over again. We flying in everybody who's played in the Kings jersey. We putting like Katino Mobley courtside. Quincy Doobie gonna be here. Like we kidding everybody.
Hell, we might even put Jason Terry courtside.
Man, bruh, what's the other dude? Bring Spencer Hawes in and let him witness it. We got it. We gonna have Coolio, Lil Jon, and the Sugar Hill Gang performing that night.
Soren brings up a great point. Says, where is it at? Casey gonna be like Drake after the Raptors won. Like, yes, we did this. We did this. You see this around here? We did this.
It's a true story. That's it. We will be unbearable.
Yeah. Now, with that being said,
the entire fan base will be obnoxious.
With that being said, it was hilarious what the Timberwolves were doing last night.
Was
Pat Bev
was Pat Bev crying? Was that Pat Bev? Oh, okay.
Come on.
I like.
Come on, man.
Pat Bev was crying, man. Like, hey, Okay, I get being excited, but Brody, wait a minute.
Come on, man. the classic Jordan Woods kissing Cat after the game. Cat with no perspiration on his face at all because he played like 4 minutes in that game.
None. None. Man, is Pat Bev the new crying meme? Can we make Pat Bev the new crying meme? Like my man. And here's the thing. This is gonna be a fun series. You're Minnesota, you gotta get a couple. You don't have to win the series. You're a 7 seed. Like, but you can't be 4.
So here's the thing with Minnesota. Man, they talk a good game. They talk a good game. Like
that's your boy Pat.
They've been doing their thing.
That's your boy Pat.
But even Cat had a lot to say when Russ was that game against the Lakers. Cat was talking his talk and had his little antics. All right, guys.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
All right, guys.
Forgot for a second. I'm supposed to be rooting against Minnesota for some of their antics. Forgot about that. I appreciate it. I appreciate the run. I appreciate what they're doing.
Yeah, I actually think that's going to be a good series, though. I think that's a good series, and I think Minnesota they're live in that series. They're live.
Oh, 100%.
And they're live for 3 reasons, maybe 4. But Cat is on that list. Mm-hmm. I think Cat is obviously much better than what he showed last night, and but he's on that list. D'Angelo Russell is on that list because I don't know if there's anybody, maybe Steph, maybe Clay. He's on this level. When they're feeling it, do they like when D'Angelo Russell's feeling it? He don't miss,
nope.
And it doesn't touch the rim.
Kings fans very aware. Yep,
very aware.
Yeah,
when he's locked in, it doesn't touch the rim. Barely touches the net. Like he's that dude.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go, Aaron. Number 1. The number 1 reason why they alive, dog.
Bro.
That boy Ant-Man. Oh my goodness.
He is.
Oh my goodness.
If he's not a superstar yet, like he is a superstar in the making, and not like he's a massive superstar in the making.
Mm-hmm.
Like a top tier dude. Like he has it. He got that same kind of personality vibe that JoJo got. And his game is just, I mean, when you talk about difference makers, you talk about why this team is where it is, why they went from 23 wins to 46 wins while they're in the playoffs here.
Mm-hmm.
It's Anthony Edwards.
That guy.
That's the difference.
I don't know what you do with him if you're a defender. Not only does he have
Dante DiVincenzo.
Well, there you go. We got Dante. We got Dante. Davion.
Yeah, you're going to need them both. You're going to need them both.
You don't need all 12 of them fouls, by the way, between those two, guard and Ant. But he's just as quick as like his first step, his hezzy first step is just as quick as any name a quick guard out there. De'Aaron, Ja. Name a quick guard out there. His first step is as quick as that. But he's got the size. I'm not gonna be blasphemous. He's not LeBron, so to speak, but he's got that type of size where he'll muscle up with you. You know what I mean? Like if you try to put a smaller guy on him, you'll just bounce right off of him. He'll give you a little shoulder and attack if you're able to keep up with the first step. So, and the jumper, Ant-Man is crazy. They're going to throw Dylan Brooks and Desmond Bane on him. And they'll probably give Zaire Williams some opportunities as well. So they're going to have some bodies to throw at him in Memphis. But in some respects, it feels like it don't even matter with Ant-Man. It don't matter. That boy is sick.
JR, good old JR used to have a line. He's not quick. He's sudden. That's Anthony Edwards, and he is that was a fun game to watch last night. Kudos to the Timberwolves because the Clippers were up late. Like the story of that game is the vets were in control. The Clippers were up late. Paul George was playoff P. Y'all ain't heard about playoff P. Playoff P was
the boy right there.
He was doing his work last night. Ain't nothing to laugh at about what Paul George did last night. But Minnesota never they played like a veteran team. They never faltered. They played like someone, even though they acted like they hadn't been there before, and rightfully so. I'm good with it. They played like they've been there many times, and they were able to not only close the deficit, take the lead, and then obviously go on to win the game.
Yeah, it was a good game, man. It was a good game. I'm not going to give it movie status, but it was a good scene at the Target Center. I don't even know if it's still Target Center. It wasn't movie status. It was because they didn't have it popping off the whole time. Like it got popping off late and kind of a little bit in that second quarter. But movie status, it should be from tip, going crazy, going nuts. Like you get a defensive rebound and you're going on a fast break, and the whole place rises as you're going on a fast break. You don't even know what's going to happen. That's the move. That's what the Garden gave us. I would hope that's the Garden gave us. Stop it. I would hope that's what Go to One Center gives us.
Minnesota, I mean, Go to One Center ain't gonna stop yelling. Like
I'm saying it right now. When we play, and we're about to go in a second, but when we play, I don't want nobody sitting down the whole time, and I don't want nobody stop yelling and talking.
Well, if you get in your courtside seats, we ain't gonna be able to sit down because everybody behind you ain't gonna be able to see. We'll come back. We'll talk about Minnesota and Memphis. We'll talk about Memphis. You know, Memphis and Minnesota, two very different roads to get where they are. Sacramento has a better chance of following one than the other. We'll explain. We're just getting started. It's the next 4 hours. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
John Bull, that's a great point. And more people, that's the only place that can do that. And that's the Garden. All right. The theater lighting, only the Garden. Philly, turn the lights on. Lakers, turn the lights on. All right. Stop.
Didn't the Lakers do it first?
No, the Garden did it first. Sure? Garden been that way since the 90s. Since the 70s.
Okay. That's a big jump from the 90s to the 70s. So I was just making sure.
The Lakers started in like 2010.
No.
Think about the Ori shot.
I don't want to. Screw you. I'll think about the Ori shot. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, they came back one year in 2010 and they had the theater lighting.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Oh man, I don't know. Tyler, you probably just have to be his security for the day. That's just kind of, he's gonna have a security intern. Maybe that could be you.
Yeah, we ain't sitting down. We're not sitting down. No. We're not sitting down.
Leezy, I saw Kenny post that too.
That was hilarious when I saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
He ain't been playing. I saw a report where they're like, yo, his whole demeanor is crazy right now. Stop it.
I saw that. Like, come on, man. Is that I'm not buying that. Leave that man alone. Talking about he's walking around like he's Jordan. Come on, man.
Somebody said Jordan Farmar?
That sounds ridiculous. I'm not buying that at all.
That don't even sound like Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I'm not buying that at all.
Ben Simmons is the type of guy that, whether he's playing great or miserable, I don't feel like his demeanor changes. So I can't see him walking around like, I'm that dude now. Like, he's pretty even keeled. Jesse ready.
Yeah, Jesse's ready. Jesse ain't here for this.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Glue Girl. I was reading about Glue Girl this morning. Leave that young lady alone.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, shout out, and I'll give Pat Bev credit for that. He went over there to check on her, like, "Hey, you all right? What are you doing?"
I missed that whole thing, actually.
Yes.
We're looking at 79 1% chance of rain Sunday the 24th. Well, they're gonna be at night.
Oh, wait, say that again. 79 degrees with a chance of rain. Oh, okay.
It's not even, no chance of rain. It's a 1% chance.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So
that's cool.
Yeah. So
that's cool. I can rock. We could do Black Bottle Boys with that.
Yeah.
Go out there in my McQueen robe.
I go there and I don't have yeah, she got the Lux.
That's the white one?
Yeah.
Oh man, I ain't got that one. My McQueen one's pretty comfy, so I ain't hating on them. It's almost too comfy.
I'm in a robe from Kohl's.
That's all right. Kohl's makes nice robes. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. See, Donnie Dope One's getting his work all over the place, man. That's good stuff. We gotta try to get Donnie to the show somehow.
Yeah, we gotta that has to happen.
Oh, that's all right, William. It's gonna be a good series, man. It's gonna be a really good series to have in the first round. Test everybody.
The West is gonna be popping.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I missed this actually happen. I think I was driving at this point.
The girl?
Yeah. Went to JJ's last night.
What's JJ's?
Fish.
Oh, yeah. You've talked about that place before.
JJ's.
I mean, you want to be a part of the conversation? Many ways you could do it. Of course, you could hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. You could also jump at the chat house here at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on Facebook as well, the ESPN 1320 page. Like the page, even if you don't like Facebook, because you can watch us right there. We're having some fun with the game last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves advancing. Los Angeles Clippers, they've got another opportunity to get into the playoffs, and they'll face the winner of New Orleans and San Antonio. We'll talk about that one later. But Minnesota and Memphis, man, that series is set. That's going to be a great one. Lord, Leezy's already here. I'm all for opening up the phone lines, man. But I never whenever Leezy called, whatever Leezy got, he's been holding on to this one. He's been holding on to this one for a while. I don't even know what it is. Leezy,
yo, D-Lo,
yo,
Leezy, what's up? What's up?
Guys?
What's good, man?
Hey. So I was gonna call in today and defend Patrick Beverly, but hey, you guys, we on the same track today, man. I'm glad you guys gave him his praise. You know, I felt like the Clippers did him dirty. And I know we're going to keep it local here in Sacramento. Is there any, players out there that you want on the Kings that have that type of personality? You know, a Patrick Beverly, a Marcus Smart. You know, those kind of just gritty guys that get done on the defensive end. I know we got DiVincenzo, but the team could obviously use maybe a little bit more defensive players.
Yeah. I've always loved Marcus Smart, but it's not happening. Yeah, I don't know. There aren't many guys. Those are two very different types of players. I think Marcus Smart and Patrick Beverly are two very different types of players. They both have their way of rallying people. They both have their emotions. They both have, the way in which they kind of approach the game in their outward way. But Pat Bev is he's wired a little bit different.
Yeah.
There aren't many guys like those in the league.
No,
there's not a one per team, type quota out there for those guys.
No, those guys are different type of cats. Soren says Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks he's that type of guy.
Sign me up. Yeah.
That's my boy, Dylan Brooks, right there.
Yeah.
So I'd make a move for Dylan Brooks for sure, man, and see what Memphis is trying to do. Because
you know who wouldn't? Memphis. Memphis ain't making a move. Memphis is not making a move.
I don't think they are either, because I think that team is so close. But when you talk about money and what's going on with that roster, I mean, they got riches at that position. They got Ja. They got D'Anthony Melton. They got Tyus Jones. They've got Desmond Bane. They've got Zaire Williams. They got a bunch of guys at that spot. And if Dylan, I think he's up for an extension.
I think so too.
He's up for an extension. You just played Triple J. You got Ja coming. Now you got to worry about Desmond Bane. I think they would hold on to Dylan. I'm just saying, I'd make a phone call, see what they're thinking about.
Oh yeah. No. I think you always make the phone calls, but I mean, you've got a whole other year to figure this out before he enters unrestricted free agency.
Right. Nah, I'm not. Memphis.
I mean,
I would take that's a good problem to have. I would just have that problem.
You could almost look at it like no matter what happens this year, you just ride it out.
Mm-hmm.
You monitor things closely headed into the trade deadline. If this team somehow, for some reason, falls off severely from where they were this year in February, yeah, maybe you have a chance to do something there because again, it's unrestricted free agency. He's out there. I don't know what his qualifying offer would be, but he's unrestricted free agent. He's not restricted. Yeah, so he's out there. Yeah, so he becomes expiring. Yeah, that gets a little that's a little dicey.
Yeah.
That's a little dicey. I read that wrong. That's my bad.
Even then, if I was Memphis, I'd, like you just mentioned, I just ride it out. We'll deal with that when we get to it. We got a chance to do something special, and it's not no friction right now. You know, I'd ride that thing out if I were them. And I think that's what they would do. But Monty, I get aggressive. I get aggressive with the phone call. Make them think about something. Absolutely. Somebody else mentioned. Somebody mentioned a guy that I've had my eye on for a couple of weeks, and Gary Payton II. Mm-hmm. That's the guy, you know, talking about the guy who's not going to make it in Golden State with all the guards. Yeah. And before, obviously, he went crazy. I thought it might be Jordan Poole. It's clearly going to be Gary Payton. I think he's an unrestricted free agent this year. He's going to get paid. It's tough because the Kings have an abundance of players at that guard spot. To bring on another guard would be a little tough ask unless you're going to get rid of one or two of those guys. But I like Gary Payton II. I like him.
Gary Payton made 1.9 this year.
He's going to get.
What do you think?
I think he's going to get. I can see that going up to like 4 to 5.
Okay.
Somebody gives.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where do you see that at? Okay.
I can see that happening. Take it. And
represented by Oakland's finest.
Aaron Goodwin.
Aaron Goodwin brothers.
Yeah, Goodwin. Yeah, I can see that. You know, somebody. If I was the Kings, I think that'd be perfectly fair. You know, if you had to go that high.
Yeah, but for what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if the fit is there because of all the guys they had.
Okay.
But I could see him. I would look at him as a possible, you know, a bench 2, but a possible starting 2. I think Gary Payton II is really good. He can play.
Is that an upgrade over Davion or Dante though? I mean, by the way, Terrence Davis is here. Just don't mind me. Don't forget about TD. Future.
Yeah, TD. That's my guy.
Is that, honestly, I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like,
I don't know. Guess he forgot about you, TD. I don't know what to say. Future.
Absolutely. That's why I say I don't think you can do Gary Payton II, you know, in this offseason, bringing him in. So, but it's a guy that I looked at. I don't mention it a little while ago. Can't really, the 2-guard spot, it'd have to be astronomical, I think, to look for an upgrade, you know, because I think they're solid at that spot. If they bring back Dante, you got Terrence, you got Davion.
Well, now it feels like that's a big if.
Dante?
Yeah. Maybe it's not a big if.
Yeah, I was about to
but
say,
it definitely maybe it's not
if.
a big if. Yeah, but it's maybe more of a if than we originally thought it might be.
Right. Well, the other thing about it is here's why I don't think it's an if, is the Kings are looking at, like, first of all, if what you're talking about is true, trying to drive down his value, they probably achieved that. They drove down the value because they knew they were going to bring him back.
Right. I understand, but again, I'll pose this question again. I have no problem repeating myself. Do you really want to put yourself in a situation where you're bringing back a player who doesn't want to be here? Do you really want to put yourself in a position where you're bringing someone in here who's already frustrated with the organization?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't. But here's the thing, though. I say I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to make him upset. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's what I mean. Not like
we would have handled this better from jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have been in this situation to make him upset in the first place.
Yeah.
And James talked about it, and James will be here a little later as well to elaborate on it if he wants. But
3:00.
Yeah, 3:00. It's not necessarily about what you're doing. I think it's the lack of transparency that upsets Davion's people even more. Because if you would have came to them from the start and been like, look, this is what's going on. We want you around. You could even tell them we got a cap situation that if you want to get in all that, whatever. But be transparent about what it is as opposed to just handling it the way you are where everybody's left in the dark and ill will. And ill feelings are starting to creep into people's mind.
Yep.
So yeah, I wouldn't have let it get to this point in the first place.
Yeah, but man, here we are. And it's certainly frustrating. And when you're looking at, I mentioned we were all watching Minnesota jump off last night, like, oh, okay, envisioning the Golden One Center and Doko and can the Kings do this and all of that. And, you're looking at the Minnesota-Memphis matchup, and we've drawn parallels between the Sacramento Kings and Memphis before. We've tried to draw parallels between Sacramento and Minnesota before.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, Memphis didn't get there the way Minnesota did. You look at Minnesota, everyone talk about, Karl Anthony Towns, you could poke fun at the game he had last night. And hey, that's all right. He's still a number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
He's still part of the reason that you got here. Anthony Edwards, we believe superstar in the making. Number 1 overall pick. They got 2 of them. Kings got none of them. They also got a number 2 pick running around who's been pretty successful everywhere he's been. He's been moved for, I think, a variety of different reasons, but he's always played well wherever he's been. And now you got him in a situation here where he's playing really well again. So now you got a couple of number 1s and a number 2 out there running around doing things. Kings, they got none of those. And the fact is, the Memphis Grizzlies ain't got none of those either.
Oh, you mean draft picks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Ja was 2.
Okay.
That's it.
Was he 1?
No, you said number 1, number 2, though. But Ja was 2. Jaren Jackson was 4.
I said they got 2 number 1s. They got 2 number 1 draft picks running around.
Mm-hmm.
And, they got the number 2, so you can match D'Angelo Russell with Ja Morant in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Different paths to get where they are. But these 2 teams have took different paths. And when as much as we draw the parallels to Minnesota because of how often they've missed the playoffs, the real way the Sacramento Kings is going to have to build out is by looking at Memphis. Because the chance of you pulling a number 1 draft pick out of your hat this year are slim to none. Or not exactly, but you know what I mean. You got to win the lottery to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what Memphis has done. Memphis has done it by drafting guys that fit what they want to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And the Memphis scenario is they've established a culture, and that's what we talk about a lot here in Sacramento, as far as establishing a culture and having a direction. Memphis said, "We're going to be physical. We're going to be tough every single night." And not to diminish the skill that those guys have, because Desmond Bain can ball, Dylan Brooks can ball, Ja can ball, but there's a level of toughness involved with every single person on that roster. Nobody on that Memphis roster is soft or finesse or anything like that. Like they get after it, and that's how they established it. I mean, big ups to that whole scouting department and everything. They found a guy like Desmond Bain, and made sure that he got an opportunity to show what he could do. They found Dylan Brooks.
30th pick of the first round was Desmond Bain. Dylan Brooks, 15th pick of the second round.
Yeah. So and they aligned with what they wanted their team to be about: super competitive, super tough, and that's how they did it. And the scouting department and all these guys in Sacramento, they're going to have to get on the ball here. They have to find some diamonds in the rough.
Their highest picks, obviously, Ja, number 2. Jaren Jackson was taken number 4. Jarrett Culver was taken 6. And the next highest, I think it's Zaire Williams.
Yeah.
It is. It's Zaire Williams at 10.
What was he? Like 10, yeah, I'm about to say 10, 11, 12, something like that.
It's 10.
Yeah. Wow.
Then you go way back where Steven Adams was taking 12th. You know what I mean? Like it's not 1s, 2s, and 3s everywhere. Like this team is they've you hit the nail on the head talking about that scouting department. Talking about we talked about this yesterday. Having a plan, and I 1 year plan, 6 year plan. That's a joke from yesterday. You could pull up in the archives if you'd like to. But you could have a plan that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like lay out a plan that you're confident in, stick with it, write it out, see what it is. Memphis had an idea of a team they wanted to build, and they haven't changed for coach. They haven't changed for anything. Like they have built this team a certain way, and they're going to play a certain way. And that's the vision of their front office, and everybody is adapted. I hope the Kings can establish a vision for the way that they want to play.
I hope so too. Because they need that, and like De'Aaron has talked about a number of different times before, they need structure.
Mm-hmm.
And
De'Aaron needs structure. Like if you just
structure.
it's a
organization, and at the very least, what you can't do is control what happens outside the locker room, right? But if Monty can't control meddling or all this other stuff, but if the coach can come in and control that locker room and say, here and on the court, we got structure. Maybe crazy everywhere else, but we have structure. We are doing things a certain way. We're playing a certain way. If you can establish that, then you got a shot.
I think the other thing that the Kings can't worry about, and I don't think they are. I don't think Monty McNair is. I want to run this clip from Monty McNair's press conference yesterday, where he was asked about the pressure of the 16-year playoff drought.
Yeah, this is I think the other thing about coming here, right, is, this is going to be my third season, but we always want to acknowledge, right, like you said we, right, like the Sacramento community and fan base, it has been 16 years, right? And so for us, we want to acknowledge that. What we don't want to do is let that cloud our judgment. We're going to be aggressive, like I talked about. We have to remain disciplined, right? There's no there's no easy button to go and fix this right away. So when those opportunities are there, we're going to pounce like we did at the deadline, and we are going to continue to look for those. As far as the pressure, I think it's, I would say it's like a good pressure that, yeah, we want to get back there as soon as we can, but we need to do it in a way that we stay there. We continue to grow. This is not a 1 year, blip that we, completely mortgage the future for. We're going to do this in a way that we're already building a foundation. I think it started at the deadline, and we're going to continue to do that so that we can have a long run in the playoffs.
Kenny Matt all over again. But it wasn't the end. Like we played that clip yesterday. We kind of focused on the end where he's talking about we're not going to mortgage the future, because that was kind of Kenny's whole thing over the course of the last couple of days about making the playoffs next year. The direction I was hoping Monty was going at the very beginning when he was talking about this is my third year was I'm worried about these three. I ain't worried about the other 13. They ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
Vladdy's failures ain't got nothing to do with me. Pete D'Alessandro's failures ain't got nothing to do with me. Jeff Petrie's late life failures ain't got nothing to do with me. Late life, I don't think Jeff Petrie has passed away. I meant Jeff Petrie as the general manager. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm focused. Hey, I didn't get it to the playoffs this year. I didn't get us to the playoffs the year before. That's my concern.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get us where we need to go, because 1 year's too long, 2 years too long, 3 years too long. We can, D'Lo and KC can, the Chatty House can, Kings fans, we could talk about the 16-year playoff drought because we've experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
We've been through it. We've had to deal with the frustration of it. We were watching Minnesota rock last night. Monty can't. Monty can't think about that, in my opinion. Monty can't think about that. It gets a little dicier when you talk about De'Aaron and guys, because De'Aaron, well, like, it ain't 3 years he ain't been to the playoffs, it's 5. Not putting that on De'Aaron Fox at all, but De'Aaron's scope gets a little bit wider. The longer you've been here, that scope gets a little bit wider, and I think it actually cuts off with De'Aaron Fox. But like that, like the longer you've been here, that's the scope of your playoff drought. And for Monty, my job is to get us to the playoffs. I'm not thinking about the 13 or 14 years I wasn't here. I'm thinking about right now and how I can get us where we got to go next year.
And you're right about that, and he's right about that. Here's the other thing about it, though. As a fan of the team, as a supporter of the team, as a supporter of the city, you better know what's going on around here. Because when I speak for myself here, but Monty talking about we're not going to mortgage the future, and we're going to do this the right way, and you got other guys in the well, if it takes 5 years, no. Read
it's already
the room.
been 16. What matters if it takes 5 more?
Read the room, know where you're at, know your audience. Ain't nobody trying to hear, well, we're going to take our time with this thing and do it the right way. Get to the playoffs.
Kyle Shanahan talking about
16.
Kyle Shanahan talking about we might not be here Sunday. Some of y'all talking about making the playoffs in 5 years. Hey, man, 5 years, huh? All right, it's gonna be me. I ain't doing that. Yeah. I believe he thinks like that. Like I think that we talked about this yesterday as we were getting ready to go to Monty McNair's press conference live on YouTube and Twitch and all the streaming channels. We do this because we understand the value. Kings fans want to hear this. This is the Kings general manager, but it's an open secret. I know. We tell everybody who listens to this. Monty ain't gonna say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll carry De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis live. De'Aaron ain't gonna say nothing. Domantas ain't gonna say nothing. You can take little pieces of what they say, like De'Aaron talking about, I came out in game 1 and was solid, man, and then everything kind of went to hell. Oh, okay, so there's a little note right there. I think sometimes we think these guys are gonna go to the podium and go, hey, how come you seem to have a renewed energy after the trade deadline? What happened? You know what happened? Buddy's ass was gone. What you want from me? We finally got 24 out of here. These dudes don't talk like that. Like, that's not what's going to be said in these press conferences. Like, Monty McNair ain't going to go to the press conference talking about 16 years. Hell yeah, I tried to get that joint over this year, but Buddy's ass was running around shooting 30% from 3. What you want to do with me? Talking about we need shooters. Y'all was putting that damn Buddy Steph graphic on the TV every day, and he was watching the tape later and seeing, oh, look, it's me and Steph. That's why we failed. No, he ain't going to say anything like that. Right. He knows he's trying to make the playoffs. No matter what he's talking about doing this the right way, doing it. He tried to make the playoffs his first year. He tried to make the playoffs his second year. He's going to try to make the playoffs next year. He's just throwing together words in a press conference because this is probably the least desirable part of his entire job. And he's just like, I got to go out there. I got to do it. And I'm going to get through it.
I'll say this. I think he punted on this year. I think it was clear. I agree with James in this respect, where it was clear around the Luke Walton firing that this team didn't have it, and he was like, "All right, well, we may lose this year. I'm good with losing this year if I can line up the big star," which he did all that. He did it, but he let this team die this year.
Okay. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to say he didn't, but is it possible he unintentionally let it die? Like he
got to the point where he's like, if we make the playoffs, cool. If we don't, I'm gonna go about this way.
See, I don't think that's how he entered the season. I agree with you.
The Luke Walton firing around that time when it was clear this roster didn't have it. We went another 2 months with that roster.
Man, I agree that happened at some point, man. But 17 games in, maybe it did. Maybe it happened 17 games in. But man, I just wonder if he had the idea of, we know that there's something regarding Sabonis out there. Mm-hmm. We know that there's something regarding Ben Simmons. Maybe there's other things that we're not privy to that are out there, and they're keeping an eye on. And they tried something with Sabonis, and it was a no-go. They tried something with Ben Simmons, and it was no. Maybe he was trying to do something 17 games into the season and couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
maybe the moves that were available for him were the who's it, Taylor Horton Tucker for Buddy Hield. I mean, I wouldn't do it either. I haven't forgotten. Like, I remember the point. Get 24 and 35 out of the locker room. I got you. Like, I understand that. I don't want Taylor Horton Tucker back. Like, we got to. I mean, there's a fine line here that we've got to walk with this. But your point's taken. I understand what you mean. We'll come back. I want to talk too about. We got to talk about Brooklyn. In Minnesota, 2-7 seed. Which one's the tougher out here? Which one's the more difficult matchup here? Is as the playoffs roll along here. So there's a lot more ahead. 916-349-1320. If you want to talk, you can jump in the chatty house, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. And I saw some of your messages earlier. I appreciate y'all. They haven't called me yet. I don't know if she's gone back or not, or if they forgot to call when she went back. I'm not sure. She got dropped off this morning. Been praying for the best.
TC, I'm not mad, and I'm not faking. I don't want to hear about 3 years down the line. That's just what it is. Ain't nothing to be mad about. He made a good move this past year. Remember, TC, I'm the one that said this team ain't far off. Like, I don't think they're far off at all. And that's because of the moves against Sabonis. I like that move. But we ain't talking about 3 years from now. They need to make that change now. Hey, I like to ask this question from time to time. I asked it last week to NBA Old Boy, I think. Yeah. And once again, I mean it.
Shade coming. Shade coming.
No, because I gotta watch, because these guys will feel some type of way. Memphis 10 and Kobe. You guys obviously aren't Kings fans. Why do you guys listen to the show? Because you guys are in here a lot. And I'm literally curious. I'm not like, get out of here. I'm just curious because, like I mentioned, I use the example. Ike Reese and them in Philly. I used to listen to their show every now and then, pretty often. And I wasn't no Eagles fan or anything, but I liked the show and I kept coming back. So I'm just curious, Memphis 10 and Kobe, why do you guys check in as much as you do, which is super appreciated?
While you're waiting for those answers, I'm going to come back. I'm going to mention Kershaw. This is how the sausage is made, folks. Every once in a while, we do plan something. I'm going to mention Kershaw's day. You mentioned the Giant stuff.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back to Brooklyn and Minnesota.
For sure.
That's how we do it, folks.
Yeah. Appreciate it. It's all love. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Show is good for multiple fan bases to connect. That's cool, Kobe. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Memphis.
Hey, there you go. I'm with that. And some bonuses. Your favorite center. Okay.
Now, you guys talk about Stephen Brown, Kobe. Kobe, because we're family. We good. We family. That's why we can have real talk. Yeah, I understand you're excited about the Grizzlies. Y'all Memphis Grizzlies. Y'all be talking. You talk about Minnesota better get a couple games. Memphis better not fall on their face in these playoffs. Because you want to talk about
Memphis.
I'll even tell you that.
Yeah, they talk a little bit. Yeah.
Kobe's and the Memphis 10s in here that be talking like, they really be talking like they like 5-time NBA champions in here and they got pedigree. Like, y'all don't lose. That's all I'm gonna say. And y'all better not lose to Minnesota. Cause the way y'all talking, y'all better not lose to Minnesota.
Yeah, don't lose to Minnesota. Definitely don't, because Y'all had a monster of a season to lose. And it's not a knock on Minnesota, but let's call it what it is. Like Minnesota's the 7th seed.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota's the 7th seed. But I like this. I mean, I don't root for this type of stuff, but like, one little scuffle would be good.
I love it. I love to see what Pat Bev is going to try and do to Ja, and how Ja's going to react.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond Bain, all of that. That's a great series. Yeah. That's a great series right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for it. Kobe says if we lose in the first round, it's a disappointment.
No, it's a failure. Let's say that.
Damn, he said it's a disappointment, man. Leave him alone. Like, well, Kobe didn't fail. Like, Kenny killing everybody today, man. My man's in them fired up. As was Clayton Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw had himself a little day. 13 Ks, 7 perfect innings, and then he was pulled. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have my unwritten rule book with me.
There's a lot of unwritten rules going on around here today.
I think I saw. Was it 80 pitches?
Yeah, I'm trying to get for sure the pitch count, but I know
someone
it wasn't
explain
super
it to
high.
me? Can someone help? Could someone help me out?
It was 80 pitches.
Why would you pull them?
What the first thing is, Kershaw is coming off of a injury-plagued season last year that essentially had some people thinking he might call it quits.
Mm-hmm.
So he came back, and you would think everything's all right, but maybe Dave Roberts was like, we're not going to push it. We have an 80-pitch limit, and that's what we're going to do.
Ramsey says, well, actually, Dave Roberts does that quite often. Soren says Dave Roberts doesn't like fun. All right. I mean, again, 80 pitches through 7. Like, let my man rock. Does Clayton Kershaw, does he already have a perfect one on his resume?
I don't think he has either one, a perfect or no hitter.
Wow.
Yeah, I would definitely have let him go.
Wow.
That's tough. That's tough.
I mean, maybe Clayton Kershaw doesn't care, but I don't know.
I don't think he does. It's like you see this with no hitters. I don't think I've ever seen it with a perfect game though. Like I've seen guys get pulled with no hitters. Perfect game. Oof. That's tough. That's a tough one to swallow.
I'm looking at it, Jeff.
There's less than 30 perfect games in the history of the game, right? Or
I'm looking at Jeff.
30.
I'm looking at Jeff Passan's tweet here. If it's a no-hitter, whatever, yank him. Clayton Kershaw has thrown one, so he's thrown a no-hitter. I thought he had. But there have been more than 220,000 games in Major League Baseball history. There have been 23 perfect games. Everything, especially a pitch count of 80, was lining up to at least let Kershaw try. You cannot pull him.
Yeah.
Jeff Passan, you're rarely wrong, my friend, but you were wrong because indeed you can pull them, and they did. And
yeah, bad job by Dave Roberts there.
Yeah, not a good, not fair.
Bad job by him. More unwritten rules going down in San Francisco last night.
Sorry, I got to point it. Never mind. I'll let you rock it and I'll point it out.
Well,
Mark Wong tagged us in a tweet. And it says Hall of Fame stuff from GOATs, and it's Jordan and his dad crying on the trophy, and then it's LeBron with like the super ugly cry that he got and holding the trophy. It's Giannis with the tears in his eyes, all winning the championships, and then it's Pat Bev last night. Come on, man, that's funny.
No, man,
that's what the internet was created for.
You have to word this one. I'll tell you, I understand.
Hey, y'all laughed at. Y'all laughed at Rudy Gobert for not making an all-star game and crying. Now you got Pat Bev out here winning playing games and crying. Yeah,
like I said, we gonna be Chris Boshing it if the Kings in that situation. Don't get it twisted. I know how we will behave, but this is still funny. This is still pretty funny.
It's happening. It's happening. Sorry, you were talking about unwritten rules and I interrupted you.
Real quick, all this with with Pat Bev with the DLP last night. With the 7 points, Draymond-like performance.
Boy,
DLP.
look, you could do one of two things. You could be a loudmouth or you could play. Which one you want to do? Be a loudmouth or play? And apparently, these guys. Boy, I'm looking at that Chris Bosh gift, boy.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Oh geez. That's an all-timer. That is
100%. G1C, Luke Belaire. It's happening. I'm stone cold in these bottles of Luke Belaire when the Kings make a play in. Believe that.
Just keep throwing them to me.
Yeah.
Keep throwing them to me. I'm gonna stand there.
I saw Rose. Rose had an IG story where he was holding like little bottles of Luke Belaire. Hold them to me too.
Throw them to me.
We'll pop 4 or 5 open at a time and Chris Bosh it, man. Like we just won the title.
Without a shadow of a doubt. No. But no, baseball, unwritten rules.
Okay.
A lot of things going on with the Giants last night. First, it started early. The Giants beat down the Padres yesterday, 13-2. It was 10-1 when I checked into the game in the third inning. I was like, oh man, just got home. Giants game on. Let me see what's going on. We got the Padres 10-1. 10-1. I was like, oh, okay. All right. You know, I need glasses. I need glasses. So it took me a couple of minutes to like, am I seeing that right? It took me about 10 seconds to calculate everything the right way. But yeah, 10-1. Early on ended up being 13-2. But one of the stories was Giants.
If you're a LASIK company and you would like to sponsor Kenny Caraway's LASIK surgery, please call Justine. I don't know Justine's phone number, but just call her. Call the ESPN 1320 studio. We'll find you Justine's number and you can sponsor Kenny Caraway's LASIK surgery.
And if you're lens crafters, don't be afraid to call either. Because I'm not sure.
What are you, 70?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, bro, I'm not sure I want to do that.
Oh, come on, man. Stop it. Get the LASIK. It's weird.
Yeah,
there are definitely moments of uncomfortableness where a laser shoots into your eyeball and you
want to do that.
And you smell the burning. That's weird. I gotta admit, it's weird. But I'm telling you, the first time you're sitting in the Caraway compound living room and you're staring, at that 95-inch TV and you can read the bottom line for the first time, man, the whole world, it feels like the whole world opens up to you.
I mean, I absolutely believe you, but I could also just reach to my right and put my specs on.
Yeah, but then the glasses get scratched. They get smudgy. You got to clean them. You forget them. You leave them somewhere. Your eyes start hurting. Hey, I'm saying, I think you should do it. You should do it.
Well, LASIK, lens crafters, call Justine. Best offer, I'll do it. Bidding war for my eyes.
There it is. And so, like King Boss is asking, are my glasses just for show? Though I do look incredibly handsome in these Tom Ford glasses. No, they're blue blockers. And so I'm protecting my LASIK investment because when we started doing this show, man, even it was 2 hours, we'd wrap up. My eyes was burning, like staring at like with the light in front of me and all of these different monitors to the side. My eyes would just ache. And I knew like, oh man, because they say LASIK don't last forever. I'm about to try to slow down this process to get some of those blue blocker.
I was just about to ask you, like, is it don't you have to like re-up at some point in life?
They say you do. I haven't experienced any other than those moments where like staring at this screen was killing me. I haven't I feel like I could still see the same. Like I can read on a tablet or read on a book the same. And I got this surgery 6 years ago, maybe.
Okay. I mean, look, I said bidding war.
That's
Once
fine.
my eyes.
I love the idea of you doing a lens crafters read on D'Lo and Casey. Like I just love that. Love it.
Or I mean, look, or I can just keep going the way I'm going. All right, if y'all ain't gonna pay me, I can just keep going the way I'm going. I'm fine.
Okay.
I can still reword. Look, I'm looking right now. I see everything. Okay. I'm good.
How long you plan on doing D'Lo and Casey? You're gonna be D'Lo and Casey. You're gonna be 39 doing D'Lo and Casey. You're going to be 40 doing D-Lo and KC, 41, 42. I'm just saying, the show ain't sticking around for not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. We're going to be around a while. So I'm just saying. Okay, unwritten rules, baseball, Giants win big. Okay. I promise I'm not going to interrupt you again.
No, so in the second inning, I think there was the Giants were up 10-1, I think, and Steven Duggar stole second base. Unwritten rule, you're not supposed to do that. You're up a lot. There's not even a specific score differential. It's just when you see it, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
And he stole second base. Wasn't supposed to do that. So the Padres third base coach, Mike Schilt, I think I said that correctly. He started looking crazy or yelling at Anton Richardson, the Giants first base coach.
Mm-hmm.
And he got to the point where he said to Gabe Kapler, you better control that MFer.
Yeah.
Anton, who 100% understand where he's coming from. Some that are listening, some that they may not understand. Schilt may not understand.
Mm-hmm.
But as a black man, you go tell somebody else, and let's just be real, Gabe Kapler, another white man, to go control that MFer. Anton didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anton, that spoke different to him. And he was like, what'd you say to me? And he started, going back and forth with him a little bit. Anton gets thrown out of the game, which probably would infuriate him even more. Like, you're going to throw me out the game after what he just said. Anton spoke about it after the game, said exactly what I just mentioned as far as the racial undertones to that, didn't appreciate it. And also the condonement by the umpire to throw him out of the game and not the guy who said what he said. So, they were not happy with each other after the game. I saw earlier today, those two actually spoke, Schilt and Anton. Seems like they worked everything out. If there was any miscommunication or anything like that, it seems like everything's all good. But that was crazy. But it wasn't over in San Francisco.
Okay.
Because I don't know if this was later in the game, 7th, 8th inning or whatever. Giants were up.
Well, you got to mention the replacement coach, though, right? The replacement first base coach.
History was made. Yeah, history was made. Sac State's finest, Alyssa Nakin, historical coaching debut. She ended up taking the place of Anton and being the first base coach, the first ever woman to first base coach in a major league game. History was made last night. So that was a sight to see. I wish it would have happened in a different way.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Sure. But it happened nonetheless. And it was great to see.
Hey, Alyssa, you're up. Anton got tossed. Let's go. We would have liked to have done this differently, but it's your time. Let's rock.
So, like you said, stingers up here. So that was great to see. But in the 7th inning, thank you, Ramsey, Dubon bunts for a hit with the Giants up 12-2, 11-2, something like that. Oh, the Padres didn't like that. Don't you dare bunt for a hit when you're up by 10 or more runs.
Stupidity of this game sometimes.
So Hosmer was upset. Eric Hosmer, the first baseman. Matt Williams, who is always mad. He's on the Padres staff. He was mad. Bob Melvin was looking like, what was that? Looking at Gabe Kapler and all this other stuff. And now people are like, well, are they going to throw at him? Or we're going to remember that. Sean Manaea, who's pitching today, he had a long look at the Giants after the game and all this other stuff. Look, you've heard me before talk about, hey, this is how we police the game, all this other stuff. Hit him, not in the head or nothing like that, but yeah, hit him in the butt. Give him a nice little 90 to the butt real quick. You know what I'm saying? The Padres being upset with this, settle down. It's not like this is Little League and you got a completely overmatched Little League team out here that, hey, stop scoring runs on these guys. Stop hitting. Like, you're going to embarrass these little kids, crush their demeanor. Or major leaguers here. You guys are throwing out major league guys on the mound, major league guys at the plate. The Padres, they're not going to sit up there and just take 3 strikes for the rest of the game to make sure you end the game. So why did the Giants need to stop playing baseball? And I'd say this about if it was the other way around. Like, come on, we're in the major leagues. If you're having an off day, whatever. As long as you're still trying to hit and score runs, the other team needs to be doing it as well.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Sherwin, I'm sorry we missed you, bro. You want to hit us back, man? We got you. 916-349-1320.
Jesus.
We'll get you in there. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. And we're on Facebook Live as well. We talked a lot about Minnesota last night, the win for them. Had some laughs, geared up for Minnesota, Memphis. We'll talk more about that. Tried to make some parallels here with the Sacramento Kings. One team that you cannot make a parallel with the Sacramento Kings is the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets had an entirely different type of win last night. With Minnesota, you see something that could potentially be special, right? Especially with Anthony Edwards in there now. And you got Karl Anthony Towns, and I know he's a bit of a, I don't want to say he's polarizing. He's not polarizing. Like, some people think he's really good. Some people think that he's average. He has moments where he's phenomenal. He has moments where he's not. I feel like that's just kind of the part of being a basketball player. But when you're the number one pick, you have high expectations on you. But all of those guys are young. You believe they're kind of planted there in Minnesota. Brooklyn, on the other hand, that was the Kyrie Irving show last night. That was the Kevin Durant show last night. Kevin Durant, that's easy work. That's nightly work. You get that from him on a regular basis. Kyrie, you get big performances from Kyrie as well. Man, every once in a while, though, you get reminders. That's a bad dude. One of the baddest in the entire game.
I mean, the man didn't miss his first shot until the fourth quarter.
Right.
What did he start off, 12 for 12?
I think that's what it was.
And like,
I know he hit 10 straight. I don't remember if it was 12, but he definitely was 10 for 10.
Like they weren't all wide open 3-pointers, stand still, catch and shoot. Like, he was doing what Kyrie does, hands in his face, all this other stuff. The man is sick. And I want to talk a little bit about Brooklyn and Boston. But before I do that, because I was just thinking about this. I know a lot of people, get on Kyrie for a number of different reasons. We've talked about it before. But, and I'm not even saying like he's better than Steph or nothing like that.
Okay, hold that thought, because you look like you about to dive into something, and Sherwin's back. I want to get Sherwin in here real quick. You look like whatever you about to say, you thought about it for a long time, and you about to unload a soliloquy. What's the word? Soliloquy. What is the word?
Soliloquy.
That's what you get. First, use the school word. That's what you get. You shouldn't use words you can't pronounce. Sherwin, what's good, baby?
That would be soliloquy.
Thank you. And you just said it, and I still don't think I can say it. Soliloquy.
Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, I had to practice that. Just real quick, now that the season is over, the Kings I'm talking about. I have to say, I think that we need to move on from De'Aaron Fox.
Oh. Okay.
And I don't think the De'Aaron Fox situation is going to work out for us long term. I actually think Davion Mitchell is a better point guard.
Where's your scoring coming from? Where's your scoring coming from then, Sherwin?
Well, first of all, and I know it's first of all, Davion Mitchell will be able to score 70 to 80% of what De'Aaron Fox has done in his career. I bet. Okay, I can't prove that until it happens, right? He's a much better, way better defensive point guard. Okay.
Understood.
And I think that a lot of times we look at the size of these players and we say, oh, he can't play in the NBA. Well, I think he's proven he can be a starter in the NBA. That's just my opinion. But I would like to see us trade Fox. I like Fox, too. This is not a punishment. He's just not a good fit for us.
Okay.
And I'd like to move on from Fox. I'd like to make a trade.
Obviously, trading De'Aaron Fox. Sherwin is not alone in that sentiment. I don't particularly agree with it. Of course, you trade De'Aaron Fox. I asked Sherwin, where's the scoring coming from? Someone's coming back, obviously, in that deal. I don't know, man. That's a tough call for me. And the one thing I don't understand is when someone says, De'Aaron Fox isn't a fit here. What the hell what's the fit? What is he trying to fit into? What is this team? What is this team trying to do?
Right.
I don't even know if they know. I sure as hell don't know. I don't know if they know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I disagree. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I disagree.
No, like and again, a lot of people feel like Sherwin does. A lot of people are on the Trade Fox bandwagon. I don't. I would really like to see De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis together for a lengthy period. I do think it can work. Everything that Sherwin said about the lack of his defense, all that, none of that's wrong. I just don't think he's an easily replaceable player.
No, and that's some of the stuff. So Davion, the only thing that Davion is better than Fox at is on the defensive end. Fox is a better scorer. He's a better passer. He's a better rebounder. Like he's better than Davion Mitchell. That's just what it is. So Sherwin and everybody else that thinks that that's the move to make. And I'm not saying that these things don't happen in the league, but just understand that you're moving on from the better player. Like you're trading the better player so the lesser player can take his spot in hopes that who you get and everything is just a better fit. It's fine. That is fine. But just know that the same thing was going on with Tyrese. Tyrese is not better than De'Aaron Fox. He's just not a better basketball player. But his fit and all this other stuff, I get it. But just know that he's not better than De'Aaron.
I'd also like to see De'Aaron around I would also like to see a really good roster around De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. I think we see guys that we like, particularly Domantas Sabonis. I feel like the Domantas Sabonis De'Aaron Fox thing, the combination, the two is going to work. Mm-hmm. I think we've seen enough evidence to show it's going to work. I'm not going to put the fact that I can't. What was it? 5-10, I think was their record together. I'm not going to throw that on the shoulders of just those two players. I think at that point, as you mentioned earlier, season was done before Domantas Sabonis got here. Season was certainly done when Domantas Sabonis got here. The only reason there were any conversations is because the West was awful,
right?
God awful, and that was the only reason that the door stayed open for playing. But fill this roster out a little bit. If De'Aaron Fox fails next year, with the if we can all go into next season going, yo, this roster is better. Like we see it. They went and grabbed this guy. Yo, these are good players. Mm-hmm. We love the coach. Imagine Kings fans coming together going, we love this coach. Imagine that. And then it doesn't work. Okay. We got to have a difficult talk there.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet.
I don't think so either. I agree with you.
Let's stick with the point guard talk because you were talking about Kyrie.
Oh, yeah. So Kyrie, I don't even know how I want to phrase this statement or how exactly it is, but is Kyrie, we talk all the time about like LeBron James and how he's as advertised and then some. Like he hit all expectations and then some. Like he's exceeded expectations. When you think about Kyrie Irving's journey through basketball, it's unlike any other we've seen at that position since maybe Allen Iverson. And what I mean by that is Allen Iverson was a 6-foot guard who his entire sophomore season at Georgetown, it's like, yo, this guy, he's going to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And people kind of just sneeze at that. That didn't happen in the NBA. 6-foot guard being the number 1 pick, never. That didn't happen. That's what made that so monumental. But he was the number 1 pick. He lived up to it. He was a franchise player, a Hall of Famer, NBA 75 guy with the Sixers, and then moved on with the rest of his career. Kyrie Irving, I remember one time I was talking to one of these kid that I was training, and they were like, "Where did Kyrie go to college?" I was like, "He went to Duke." Like, what? I don't remember that. Like, oh, you probably don't remember it because he got hurt. He only played like 7 games. And they're like, oh, and he was the number 1 pick. And I was like, I never thought about it that way. But yeah,
Oh, I
yeah,
remember this draft really well.
he
Yeah.
only played like 7 games, and he was a 6'1" point guard. And the Cavs were like, "Yep, we're going with him, number 1." And it sounds crazy, but Kyrie, I feel like he's come through on every level that anybody expected him to. I think he is as advertised in every way.
Okay. Like he lived up to the number 1 pick billing.
Lived up to the number 1 pick billing.
Sure. Absolutely.
And to do that at a guard position, at a point guard size, that's
we have
crazy.
We have the penthouse with LeBron, Giannis, KD, and Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only 4 in that penthouse. If Kyrie was like if Kyrie played an entire season regularly, oh, he's in the penthouse easily. You just can't put him there because for this year he was a part-time player. I feel like we haven't really seen Kyrie Irving play basketball full time for 3 years,
maybe longer than that.
Man, we'll come back. We'll talk more about Brooklyn. We'll talk more about the Eastern Conference matchup against the Boston Celtics, the play-in games tonight. We've got some 49er stuff on the way, more King stuff, lots more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kyrie since LeBron, it's 2003. Number 1 picks that have lived up to it.
All
I'm
right.
looking at the list right now. I think
it's the list of all the number 1 picks.
Yeah, it's Kyrie and Anthony Davis. And it depends on how you feel about Anthony Davis. But I'll read it out. It's and Dwight. Like Dwight has stayed around long enough to see him get to the point where some would say he hasn't lived up to it. But Dwight, when he was there, he had a lengthy reign as one of the best players in the world by far. And I it's true. The game changed a little bit. And I think he moved away from him too.
Well, the Dwight Mayer getting out of Orlando and then the back injury. He wasn't terrible in Houston, by the way, but he was never Orlando Dwight again.
Right.
And I attribute that less to the game changing, more of his physical health.
Yeah. I even say Dwight more so than Derrick Rose, just because Derrick, to no fault of his own, wasn't on that level long enough. Derrick was 3-4 years, and then he got hurt and was never the same.
Dwight was out of high school too, wasn't he? The last out of high school player.
Well, but you got
Dwight on draft day, if I remember correctly.
Andrew Bogut, Andrea Bargnani, Greg Oden, Derrick Rose, Blake Griffin, John Wall, Kyrie, Anthony Davis, Anthony Bennett, Andrew Wiggins, Cat, Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz, DeAndre Ayton, Zion, and Anthony Edwards. Kyrie is, since LeBron.
Man, Anthony Edwards, sir, is taking the steps to make that list, though.
Anthony Edwards is in there. But Kyrie, I was looking at Kyrie's.
It's interesting. Numbers. Yeah, that name caught my attention too. I don't know what to think about him.
No, and Blake fell off.
But we're also talking about like living up. I don't remember, like there was hype around Blake, but there wasn't like hype around Blake. No, there was. That's Cap. Yeah. That's Cap. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Blake fell off. Blake was major, but he fell off. And the thing where I can say about Kyrie is Kyrie has gotten injured, and the injuries have not made him fall off. Like he hadn't been able to play, but once again, no shade to him. It's not Derrick Rose. He didn't get hurt, and then his game
gone. Yeah.
Kyrie's hurt all the time, and Kyrie 23 a night for his career, 23 and 5 assists.
Kyrie's game totals 29, 54, 20, 67, 60, 72, 53, 75, 71, 59, and 51.
And I see all that from Kyrie from
7-time All-Star.
from that position, from that at that size. And you can go down the list of number one, but nobody's done that outside of Allen Iverson.
Every time Kyrie has played a relatively complete season, 60-plus games, he's made the All-Star team. One time he made it when he played 59, his second year.
And then
last year doesn't count because it wasn't a 72 games. It was a 72-game season.
And like I said, I'm probably arguing against myself to a certain degree, but Derrick Rose, as great as Derrick Rose was and what I thought he could be, his numbers don't match up. Like even his MVP numbers don't match up to Kyrie's best seasons.
It's dead wrong, Soren. I completely disagree with you. They're not the same tier at all. I think you're thinking about Dwight now. Dwight's
higher.
Yeah, if Dwight had just quit instead of going to Los Angeles, he'd be Barry Sanders.
Might be.
That's a good one. Yeah, could
be.
Could be. That's a question worth bringing up on the air. Yeah.
There we go.
Interesting conversation going through the commercial break based on Kenny's talk there about Kyrie Irving. Obviously, the tremendous performance that he had last night. You can call it a tremendous performance. That's certainly what it was. But every once in a while, Kyrie does something that's a tremendous reminder of how great he is, finishing the game 12 of 15, 34 points, 12 assists, 42 minutes last night. We were going through Kyrie's, not necessarily his game logs, but the amount of games that he's played. I said, it feels like we haven't seen Kyrie play a full season in the last 3 years, played 29 games, 54 games last season, which I guess over the course of a 72-game season that's a pretty good number, relatively speaking. 20 games the year before, 67, 60. I mean, every year he's played 60 games or more, he's made the All-Star team, including one in his second year where he played 59 and made the All-Star team. But this dude, he's in. You forget sometimes, like he's in his 11th season. Sometimes Kyrie still registers as, oh yeah, he's one of the young faces of the league. No man, he a vet. Like he's a lot closer. He a lot closer to the end than he is to the beginning.
Yeah.
But he still play like, man. He still got that. He still got that pop in his game. And again, he's done this a couple of times this year. He only played 29 games this year, averaged 27.4 points per game in the 29 games that he played during the regular season. And every once in a while, he do something. Ooh, did he do a 50 and a 60 or 2 50s?
Yeah,
in like a short span.
It was 50 and a 60. Yeah, like almost back to back. I think
that was a reminder.
Yeah.
Oh, good call from Ryan. He played 40 plus minutes with no food or water either.
That was crazy too.
Because he's fasting.
Yeah,
man, that dude, he's special. He's would you call him an enigma?
An enigma.
He's special, man. He is special.
I just think about this because I know I'm just in awe of what he's able to do out there on the floor at that size. It reminds me of like Jason Williams, the white chocolate Jason Williams, and what he was able to do out there. Sometimes like I step back and I think we take it for granted because we just see it and don't think about it and don't think about what he's doing. I'm like, yo, Jason Williams is doing this in the NBA. This ain't 24-hour fitness. No. This isn't high school. This isn't even college. This isn't pro-am. These are the best players in the world in a regular season game. And he's crossing people over. He's going behind the back. He's faking people out. My favorite pass, when he fakes the pass to the corner, throws it to Corliss underneath the basket. Like he's doing that stuff in the NBA Like it's really silly. And I have that same feeling about Kyrie. When you see him handle the ball, when you see him weave through the defenses, when you see him cross somebody over, bro, this is not a pro-am. This is not a pro-am. This is not these are the best players in the world, the best defenders in the world. And he does whatever he wants out there. And there's not a lot of guys that I can say I'm in awe of sometimes. You know, I appreciate how good they are, but I'm not like, this is just out of this world. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Kyrie's one of them, man. He's sick. And we talked about it during the break because I said he's come through the most of any number one pick since LeBron James in 2003. And you see a lot of guys who played great. Derrick Rose has played great, MVP, did some great stuff. Blake Griffin did some great stuff. Dwight Howard did great things. Anthony Davis, I think you could put on that list too, did some great things. They all got hurt. And the difference between them and Kyrie is they got hurt and their games dipped. Kyrie's always hurt. And look what he did last night.
Yeah.
Like his game ain't dipped. This is just who he is. And you mentioned his 11th season. It's not like he's getting hurt and he's in his 5th season. Like you said, he a vet. He getting up there.
Yeah.
And in his 11th season, he can get into the playoffs and be as deadly as anybody out there.
Yeah, he's 30 years old now. Just turned 30 a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, he's putting in that work, man. He's special. He's special, and it's one of the, he's kind of that. You get caught up in the other stuff. Like, I don't know when you think about Kyrie Irving, if you think about Kyrie Irving's game first, which is unfortunate because it really is special. You might think about the vaccination stuff. You might think about flat earth. You might think about saging the Boston Garden. You might think about
that was funny.
There's a variety of different things that you might think about regarding Kyrie Irving before you actually think about his game.
Yeah.
And again, it's unfortunate because as a player, Kyrie when he plays full seasons, he's in that penthouse. He's in that rarefied air with those 4 players that we mentioned earlier.
Now with
stomping on the Celtics logo.
Oh man,
good call there. Oh, lazy, I forgot about that. That's good stuff. Oh, it's the Leprechauns Revenge series. Oh, that Leprechaun's coming for Kyrie Irving now.
I look, and that's a great segue because I'm talking. I can't wait for this series.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for Kyrie to go to Boston. I can't wait for all this. Let's go.
So, me either. Is Brooklyn just a 2-man show though?
They are.
I mean,
Seth played last night, so I mean, I'm not gonna say they're a 3-man show now. He's not that good, but I
feel
like
like he was gutting it out last night.
Mm.
I mean, like he wasn't looking for a shot. I didn't feel like there was running anything for him, and maybe that's partly because of the way Kyrie Irving was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they felt like, yo, let's continue to. Kyrie has shot 8 times. Let's not let anybody else shoot the ball. Let's just keep giving it to him. They got good performances from Andre Drummond. Like, they got good performances from their front court as a whole. But this isn't Cleveland that they're going against. This is arguably the hottest team in the league. One of the hottest teams in the league for a lengthy stretch here. And I'm not talking about the last 2 weeks of the regular season. I'm talking about the last 2.5 months. This Boston Celtics team was a team that was 500 and playing for the play-in. This was a team that we were wondering about. Is Ime Udoka going to fall out of this thing?
Mm-hmm.
How are they going to correct this? Are you going to trade Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown? Or what are the conversations going on there? Are they going to get Marcus Smart out of there? And then all of a sudden they just go on this run, finishes the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference. And there's one thing that gives me pause with Brooklyn, though. I feel like the more that they play, the more dangerous they get.
I really do. I believe what we talked about maybe a week ago is their mentality. Let's just get into a series.
That was your call. You know, that was I was like, get them in a one and done situation and get their asses out of here. I don't want to deal with all of the nonsense that encompasses them. When they got to the 7, like, you ain't out. Even if Cleveland had won last night, they ain't gone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they're going to win one of the next two. And now that they're in this series, I don't like the matchup for them against Boston. I think Boston, as a team, as constructed right now, is better. I'm stopping short of saying significantly better, but I think they're better. If Curry was completely healthy, all right, you got my attention. If Ben Simmons was around, I might be thinking differently. But I think some of the things that this team is going to have going for them, this team being the Brooklyn Nets, is going to have going for them next year, aren't quite there right now at this time.
Jesse, come talk to us real quick. This is your wheelhouse. Come talk to us. I mean, so who's going to guard KD?
Oh, he's worked up. He's worked up. Uh-oh.
What did Kendrick say? What did he say? Okay, let me ask you two things. Number one, hasn't there been a bit of a dip since Robert Williams has been gone? They've been losing these games. They've been playing these games. They've been losing these games.
Okay. Kevin Durant said they could do it. Kevin Durant said Horford and Dias could do it. Bruce Brown, shut up. These guys are going to be just fine.
Okay.
Boston's not playing particularly bad. I do. I mean, are you overly? Is Andre Drummond going to do what he did yesterday on a night-to-night basis?
Andre Drummond's been playing pretty well in Brooklyn.
Oh, for sure. You got the Boston. You got a different team here. You got a team that's probably going to approach you a bit differently. You got guys that are probably going to get a little bit more physical with you.
Well, okay. So here's the other thing about that as well is because I hear what you're saying. You're not the only person that said that. And I know this is not what you're saying, right? I know what you mean when you say that. People act like Andre Drummond's some kind of scrub. Like Andre Drummond.
That's not what I'm acting like.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying not you.
What I'm asking is he going to be able to put up that performance he did last night on a regular basis?
Why wouldn't he? This is a guy who for his career is probably like 15-12 or something.
Might be higher than that. I just don't know that he's. I mean, if you're getting that performance, and I'm not necessarily talking about the 16, but the 7 of 11 out of foul trouble. If you're getting that performance on a night-to-night basis from him, yeah, I think Boston's in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm expecting KD to do that.
And here's what I'll say is why wouldn't he do that on a regular basis? Why wouldn't he? Like, there's nobody there to stop him first and foremost. Dice ain't stopping him. Horford ain't stopping him. So he's gonna do his thing on the boards. And when you talk about the Nets, they're not gonna just like throw it into Drummond on the block and let him go to work. What they're gonna do is Kyrie, KD, they're gonna attack. Somebody's gonna step up, and you dump it down to Drummond, who can finish, a big guy who can finish around the rim.
Well, I also feel like he got a lot of trash points last night.
Yeah, a lot of that was coming from like these guys over helping. Right? Or not over helping, but they come to help on KD's drives or Kyrie's drive, and that leaves offensive rebound opportunities as well.
Explain over helping, but like they step too far away.
I shouldn't even say over helping is probably a misspeak. Like if KD and them are beating their man, or KD's just attacking, you're gonna come help. You're gonna come help and contest the shot to make it tough for him. Once that shot goes up, there's a clear offensive rebound opportunity for whoever is down there in that short corner role, and that's where Drummond will be at, and he's already a guy that can rebound if you're just matched up with him in general. Don't give him a free little 5-foot run to the rim where he can gather some momentum and go up and get a rebound.
Yeah, I just don't think last night's performance was a regular night performance. It was solid. I'm not saying like it's a total aberration, or it's like, oh, that is abnormal. No, I don't mean that. I don't think you're getting that. If we're going 6 games with Boston, I don't think you're getting that 6 times. I think you might get it 3.
Drummond,
And I don't even know, and I'm not confident you're getting an efficient performance like that from Andre Drummond.
Drummond is 11-10 while with Brooklyn this year.
Okay.
He can give you 11-10. Now I know he had more than that last night. I
It
understand.
was 16. It's not, it's not like he had 26 or anything like that.
Yeah.
But he also did it in like I think he played less than he played around 20 minutes. I don't know if it was less than 20 minutes, but it was around 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think will he? I don't know. I think he
19.
can though. I think he can. And Claxton is going to be in a little bit a different role where he can come in there and just be a high energy guy. I think they have enough guys around KD and Kyrie who can just focus on doing what they do. The question is, let's just say KD and Kyrie average 30 apiece for the series. It's only 60 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're probably going to need another.
So you got 59 from him last night.
Yeah, you're going to need another 40 or 50.
Well, you got Claxton's points, and I think Brown.
Brown, I wouldn't be.
Well, Seth Curry isn't going to go for 0 either. I don't think Seth Curry is going to go for 0 on a night-to-night basis unless he just really ain't healthy.
So you got let's say 10 from Drummond. That's 70. Another 10 from Curry. I'll give Curry 10.
Math with D'Lo and KC.
That's 80. You're almost there.
Well, I mean, what number are you trying to get to? You're trying to get to 100?
Let's say let's split the difference at 105.
Are you trying to? Okay, who do you like in this series? I know what player you like. I know what players you like, but are you picking Brooklyn to do this?
I think I am. I think I am.
Okay.
It's crazy because I know. I'm sorry, Jesse. I know what they're doing. I know what Boston has been about. I do. I just this matchup could be crazy. This matchup could be crazy. Patty Mills, I forgot about. I'm looking at the roster right now. Patty Mills, he's good to stretch the floor a little bit. Maybe he can give you 8-9 a night.
Okay.
Bruce Brown going for 18 last night. Now, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna. He's not gonna do that every night. He shot 19 times. That's crazy.
So fair to say Brooklyn. I mean, obviously, if you got Brooklyn winning the series, they're a bigger threat to the 2 seed, the Boston Celtics, than Minnesota is to Memphis.
Yeah, because while I think Minnesota is going to push Memphis, I don't see a scenario where they win that series. I can see a scenario where Brooklyn wins.
You know what? One thing we didn't talk about, and we can do it in a few minutes. We didn't talk about Minnesota's coach. We ain't talked about what Minnesota did when they fired their coach in the middle of the season. They raised some eyebrows by the way they hired their guy. I believe it was that quick.
All is forgotten.
Yeah,
that's forgotten. It's all good.
They got that. My man got it. My man got it. Now to be fair, I don't think the outrage was how are you going to go hire a coach so quick. I don't think it was that. It was you basically fired a coach. I guess you had already interviewed this guy. Like you had gotten permission to talk to him and you were able to make the transition like in, one press release after the other. I don't know that there was outrage over, it wasn't a long, extensive, comprehensive process. I don't think that was like, what are they doing? It was, they've been plotting this for a minute. Which is all right. I mean, truthfully, it was Saunders, right? Was it Ryan Saunders?
Yeah.
Was that their coach? That was a mistake. I mean, hey, all due respect, like that I think they made an emotional decision there. That wasn't the best look. I know the guys liked him. I'm sure the guys still love him. Mm-hmm. That was a bad look, and I think they recognized that kind of quickly out the gate. And it was all right. Let's try something else here. Yeah. But let's move on. We know who we want.
But like you
allegedly, the same guy that Monty McNair wanted.
Like you said, though, people have forgot about that. Mm-hmm. That's old news because Minnesota winning.
Because it don't matter.
Standing on top of scores tables. Tears are flying. They're kissing girlfriends. Like all that is forgotten.
Oh man. Celebrating the 7th seed.
I was Transparency all the time. I was so jealous of Minnesota last night. The city, the fan base.
Ain't nothing wrong with
man.
that.
I was like, come on, man.
They got Prince and the 7th seed. What's not to be jealous
Come on,
of?
man. It's not, as T.O. once said, it's not fire. It's not fire.
That's my 7th seed. That's my 7th seed. Right.
It's on fire.
T.O. do have a thick accent. T.O. ready to come back.
T.O. ready to
play for the Minnesota. Boy, it took me a minute. The hell is Alex Rodriguez doing in Minnesota? Oh, that's right. That's right. I legit saw that. Like, why is he here? What is he doing? Oh, you know what? I've made a mistake of putting the TV on, and on one different occasion, I had to glance over the TV. They were showing Anthony Edwards highlights. I'm like gawking at the TV watching that man play. We don't talk about Ben Simmons' outfit.
We can. I mean, not sure what he was doing there. Wasn't it leather with the short? Leather.
I believe the announcer said it was lamb.
Okay.
I believe he said it was lamb. It was a shortcut, long jacket. It's not a bad. It's very green.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a lot of different things happening with Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, I see these guys.
It's a tough outfit to wear for a dude who hasn't played this year. Like I feel like you're gonna wear an outfit like that. You better be that dude.
Well, when he's walking around feeling like Jordan.
Well, I don't believe that report. There's a report out there like Ben Simmons is that was a line from the report. Ben Simmons is walking around like he's Michael Jordan. That's a tough sell for me. That's a tough sell. I don't buy it. That's, you know what? That's a disgruntled minority owner, I think. leaking information out there to the Athletic or whatever website published that. I saw it on Hoops Hype. I don't remember where it came from. But yeah, that's a disgruntled minority owner.
Sean Ford says Ben Simmons going to games treating it like he's in a fashion show. Hey, like I'm gonna tell you right now, let me be injured in the NBA. I'm gonna be fitted. Do you think some of these guys, they come out there, they ready. They got the shoes with the tags on them. You know what time it is with that.
Oh, yeah.
The shoes with tags on them.
Well, you know what time it is with that.
Well, you know what
you
time
got them all over the place.
So they got the Balenciaga sweater and all that.
That brand is blown up in the last couple of weeks.
Man, yeah. Now the new one is Amari.
Yo, Palm Angels. Like I've like, and maybe that's just because I watch Blackish so much, but man, that one's living the life right now too.
All that's on the sideline, and that's all what I would be wearing too. Don't get it twisted.
My favorite. Sometimes I'll lose track of quarters because I'll see something someone's wearing and then look it up. Oh, that's nice. What's that? Oh, that's a $1,200 t-shirt. Cool. That's like one of the first. That's like when the first time Rick Ross came on and Kenny was like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna go." I was thinking about getting, maybe get like a Gucci t-shirt, and then I saw the price tag and was like, "Nah, I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna go somewhere else."
Can't do it. Won't do it.
I mean, what happened? Like. You want like a Gucci t-shirt is legit like what $400, $500, $600.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wash it? Like I don't trust my washer and dryer to push $600 t-shirt in it.
No.
Do you pay somebody to scrub it with a toothbrush? Like what do you do with that?
That's got to be the move because that's not going in my Kenwood washer and dryer.
Right, Kenmore. I think it's Kenmore.
Kenmore.
Kenny got the knockoff Kenmore. It's called Kenwood. Isn't Kenwood a sound system?
Yes, it is a sound.
Is it? All right. I wouldn't wash my Gucci shirt in a sound system either.
I wouldn't wash my Target shirt in a Kenwood washer and dryer. Yeah.
Yeah, but I get lost on that. I don't know what brand. I don't even know that was a brand. That might have been something Ben Simmons had made.
I was looking at some. I think I was looking at Slam magazine or something like that, and they were getting everybody. It was like league fits, and
Mm-hmm.
Look, man. I guess the style nowadays just wear whatever. The style is just just wear whatever. You can wear whatever patterns, whatever colors, 2 different sizes. Like, because these people, like, you look at my man SGA, and SGA is like, they give him the title as being the best dresser in the league. And if you just, like, I know you will, just go look at SGA arena entrance. I don't get it. I'm not saying he looks a mess. He looks fine, but the outfits don't look put together.
I'm looking at Gucci.com right now.
Oh, okay.
And I'm looking at a shirt that I would bet Kyle Madsen would wear this. It's colorful. It's got like flowers on it. Like, I think he actually wore a shirt like this to my house this weekend. It's called a printed cotton bowling shirt.
Okay.
$1,150. Kyle's probably cost $11.50. And this one cost
$1,000 shirt.
Ooh. ESPN's top 25 under 25 list came out. Ooh. Talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return. Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Your #1 station for fashion. Do they even have T-shirts on this?
The shoes are hideous too, by the way. I don't like any of the. I don't like any of the name brand or the design.
I like the Gucci shoes with the 3 stripes. It's the only 3 stripes I'll ever wear, but I like those. Or I even like this is a nice shirt. Ooh, this is nice. This would go great with my black bottle boy jacket. It's light pink. It's $550.
They got a shirt on here that looks like this is a men's shirt. They got 2 of them that look like Prince.
You said Prince or Prince?
Prince, like the artist.
Okay, Prince. Yep.
It's a brown one. If you're on there, it's on the second page on Shirts for Men. This brown see-through shirt.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And then the red one next to it.
I see it. I just want a T-shirt. There's got to be a place where I can find a knockoff T-shirt. Like I can't do this.
Gotta do it.
I can't do this. This is $550.
Hey, I don't have any, but I'm not looking down on nobody getting a knockoff Gucci shirt.
I ain't either. Because I repeat, these are $550. Why
am I spending $1,200 on a T-shirt?
I ain't.
Man, give me this thing for $50. Give me this thing.
What do they call them in the shoe game? Unauthorized. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Unauthorized
Gucci shirt.
Nope. Yeah, $550. That was not the unauthorized one. Oh man, come on.
6. Oh, it's taking notes. Jesse's taking notes.
Jesse's got his notepad.
It's different, man. It's the postseason, man. It's the postseason. Oh, I think I'm gonna make this. I shouldn't make this. Doggone it, I shouldn't make this move. I'll get on the Peloton tonight. I think I'm gonna go get a cheesesteak today. From the cheesesteak.
Oh.
They got a spot in Old Elk Grove that is bomb. I think it's literally just called the Cheesesteak Shop. Well,
I made cheesesteaks for some people who came over a couple weeks ago. I thought I did a pretty good job. They seemed to like it. I got it. I had it popping.
Cook.
I don't know. I'm pretty good in the kitchen.
Nothing. I'm gonna work on. I was talking to the homie yesterday, who's a caterer, and he's got some classes. I'm gonna hop in those classes, man.
I normally enjoy cooking. I like cooking for people more than I like cooking for myself, but I don't eat out very often, so I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's that.
That's why I don't do it.
There's that.
Buddha, you say you make teas to get you $25. What kind of teas you make? Hey, I like supporting, local people. If you got a clothing brand, point me where they're at, man. Maybe I'll cop one. Fat Jerry's Phillies today. Where's that at?
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'm looking at this list. On ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live, wherever you're listening. We appreciate you for listening. You want to get in, be a part of the conversation. Those streaming platforms that we just mentioned, the video streaming platforms, are a great way. Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. You could jump in and hang out with the chat house. Just one of the dopest communities in all of sports media. And you can hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320.
Two things. I want to give a shout out to my man E. Hicks out in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? He's still listening, rocking with us all the way out in Dallas, doing his thing.
Appreciate it.
Big ups to him. The other thing, just wanted to ask you, Damien, are you going to the Easter egg hunt, the company Easter egg hunt?
Yeah, the one that's between 1:30 and 3:30 on Friday. Yep, I'm gonna be there searching for some Easter eggs. That's what they do. Come on, win prizes, win gift cards, win nights out with your significant other. Come on through. We'll take care of you here at Odyssey between the hours of 1:30 and 3. Celebrate Easter. Our company loves you. What the tagline should be is our company really appreciates most of you.
You know what? Oh, this is something else too that I thought about. Did you see the proposal from some legislator? So, I don't know the official term, but somebody in California is proposing 4-day work weeks.
And that's me. I proposed that.
I think we'll all sign up. But this one is even crazier because they're like 4-day work weeks. You get paid the same amount of money, and if they ask you to come in on the 5th day, it's going to be considered overtime time and a half. So if you work on Friday, overtime time and a half, make it happen. Now, would that be us? Will we, with the show, go to 4 days?
I mean, here's what's always I'm going to answer, but what's the 3rd day? Is it Monday that everyone hates?
I would want
or
the 3rd
is it
day
Friday?
to be Friday. I'd want it to be Friday.
You want it to be Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no difference, right?
No, there isn't.
Because we're completely changing our mindset on how all of this works. Okay, people already how many people mysteriously get sick on a Friday anyways? All right, so Friday it is. Friday's the off day. If Friday is universally considered a weekend, then yeah, the show is off Friday. Like we do that, we're off like certain holidays, right? Because we know a lot of people are work for the state. A lot of people who listen are, maybe you're working from home, whatever it is. But like, if maybe you don't have to work that day, maybe you're out of your normal routine, right? It's like, all right, if we're gonna lose, the number, if we're gonna lose like half our audience, over half our audience, we'll take the day off. We'll come back the next day.
Right.
If people if the state actually adopts the 3-day work week, then yeah, we all Friday. We ain't gonna be talking to nobody. People gonna be partying. It's a whole different world. Like the chatty house it's gonna be 3 people in the chatty house. It's gonna be John developing his pictures. Developing like he's in a dark room or something. It's gonna be John on his computer working on his pictures, and that's it.
Throwback. Developing the pictures. They still do that.
In a dark room, like messing with all of the different fluid. Do people even develop pictures? Go to Walgreens if I want a picture printed out.
Well, it still happens.
I got a picture of Kenny in my house. I don't think Kenny got a picture of me, but I got a picture of him in my house.
I
Different
don't have
levels of
pictures of
love.
nobody in my house
Different
except
levels
for
of
me
love.
and Jazz. That's it.
Wow, Reese, just dogging Reese, huh?
I don't know Reese is out
Whole
there.
world.
But look, no, Reese is out here older. I was about to say the ones we have of Reese is like he's like 9 months.
Okay.
But no, we got some baseball pictures up. Yeah.
Dad, you want to update these here, pal? Update these pictures, like I'm not 9 months anymore.
Did you? I'm put everybody on the game before we talk about sports. But somebody had a great idea of you have a TV that is dedicated to your pictures. So essentially, what you do is you keep the TV on or turn it on, whatever you want to do, and you have your pictures on a USB.
Mhm.
And you put it on to put the TV on USB mode, and it's just you could have one picture that stays there the whole time. Like for those streaming, you see D-Lo and KC, like it would just stay there the whole time
Mhm.
on your TV,
Mhm.
or you could have a rotation of pictures,
Mhm.
and it goes from over and over again. And instead of having a wall full of different pictures, you just have one rotating the whole time.
One giant, $1,000 frame.
Yes.
So I think that works best for homeowners because you'd want to hide the cord, right? So and they have a Samsung, I think, has a TV called the Frame.
They do. It's pretty smart by them. No, John Bull says it. Samsung.
Maybe it's not called the Frame.
TV that comes with the frame.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. So the idea is when you're not watching TV, like you can discreetly make it look like a frame, right? I don't like pictures of I don't like pictures of me hanging up. Like I would prefer pictures of the people I love hanging up. I don't really love having pictures of me around. I don't know that I want a 50-inch picture of me scrolling across the screen.
You can put, but that's the beauty. You can put anything you want. You could have you could have your family. You could have Pat Bev standing on a score table or crying. Like and you can change it whenever you want.
Yeah,
just
it's a good way to. It's a good way to troll too. Like I could throw Jazz like a USB. That has like Aaron Donald, like with the Luke Belair bottle, or I could have all that stuff. We could put it up there on the screen in the Caraway house. It's a cool idea. I like it. I definitely like it. Again, like it's got to be done perfectly. And I don't know what that does like to your television. I guess it wouldn't do. I mean, I guess you turn the TV on and off. Like you only turn it on. Like you don't just leave it on universally. Like you turn it off.
Exactly. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I don't know if it was brought to us when we moved into this house. I was like, this is very cool. I'm kind of old school. Give me some pictures. Give me some pictures. Give me 10 pictures over here. I'll hang them up.
916. We can have John develop them in his dark room. 916 what's our phone number? Never changed. 916-349-1320. That's it. Really been the same for like 2 years. Let's get our man Javier in here. Javier, what's good, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
We all right, man. What's going on with Javier?
All right, so just two quick things because obviously we're in the dead period now. I mean, hypothetically speaking, is there any way you could see Dave Yeager coming back? I'm not saying with all ramifications. I'm just saying, would you think he'd be a good fit with the roster now? Because Field and Bagley were, I think, two people on the roster he didn't really have good relation with, wrong, right, or indifferent. I'm just saying, would you think he'd be a good fit for what Fox was entailing in his final end of the season presser on Monday? My last question is, I have one more question, and then I'll take my there. Is there any way you think they'll ever bring back the classic 01-02 uniforms, and if so, or if not, why not? Because I just want your opinion on that. I asked that like probably 3-4 months ago, and I really got the answers from you guys. Like, those are the best ones. I don't know why they won't bring them back. I just got to know, get some peace of mind from you and Kenny Caraway. You guys don't mind.
We appreciate you, Javier.
So good, Javier. First question about Yeager.
Yeah,
would he be a good fit as a coach? Absolutely. Personality, sure. Yeah, he'd be a good fit. It wouldn't happen just because
Yeah.
He would never come back here.
I think Dave Yeager's a good coach. I just
he's a good
don't think
coach.
it works here. I hope he gets another opportunity. It sounds like he's healthy. I was reading his story last night. If there's an article, if you didn't have the opportunity to read it, you would have had to have caught it on social media. I don't imagine everyone sitting around perusing the Philly Inquirer, but it was a number of people. I know James retweeted it. I think that's where it caught my attention. I saw it. It's man, he went through it. Like that battle he had was tough. So, first and foremost, I hope my man is healthy. Like back healthy. And I think he's a good coach. Like I think Dave Yeager's a guy who does deserve another opportunity to be a head coach. He is a guy who maybe needs to work on people skills or his relationship skill. Like there seemed to have been like this weird dynamic with guys here, and not the Buddy Marvin get him out of here type stuff. It just, he seemed to have like maybe not weird relationship, maybe lack of relationships. He's got to be able to establish some sort of relationship with his players. Yeah. But I like Dave Yeager a lot. The answer, but I'm with you in the answer to the actual question. Like, no, I don't see him as
there's a sense, and this is just me. I could be completely wrong. Maybe we'll ask James. We got an hour. Sure, we'll ask him. But I wonder if the perception of Sacramento has people coming in, people like Yeager, and I'm not saying Yeager did this at all. I want to be perfectly clear. But people like Yeager coming in and thinking they're like above what goes on here in Sacramento, thinking they're too good. And what I mean by that is like, just using Yeager as an example, if he came in and if he didn't have the right mentality, it was like, look, I'm Dave Yeager. You're Sacramento. You should be glad I'm here right now because everybody knows you're a joke. So listen to what I'm saying. And if you don't like it, then I'll just leave. You'll be Sacramento. I'll be Yeager when we leave. And I wonder if sometimes people come in with that type of mentality as opposed to, kind of, I don't want to say humbling themselves, but having that like, hey, we're in this together. I know what your reputation is. I'm here to help change it. I'm here to listen as well. Like let's work together as opposed to you should be lucky that I'm here with you, little peasant Sacramento.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. That's because what I was thinking is how many people come in, coaches or players, think, I'm above this place. Like I'm gonna try to help y'all, but if I don't, I'm above y'all. Like that, and it really does feel like that's kind of the state of Sacramento. And I know we focused on the last nearly 2 decades of nonsense. This has been a poor franchise for 3 decades, with one notable exception, and that's it. It's not. It's we were talking about Philadelphia yesterday when we were talking about the process, and we were looking prior to the process. What did their playoff appearances look like? What did their records look like? And it'd be like a couple appearances here. They'd miss the playoffs a year. They'd make it once. They'd miss it twice. They'd make it 3 times. They'd miss it twice. That's not the Kings. You miss your entire history. Then there's this one stretch where you make it, and you make it far, and you captivate the nation, and then you die. And that's it. Like there's nothing else. There's no sprinkles of good basketball anywhere else. Right. You've got that one era that everybody knows, and then you've got Jimmer Fredette and Walt Williams.
Shout out to the Wizard.
Like we have no choice but to talk about Doug, Bobby, Mitch, Jay Will, Mike, all of those guys because it's either, or we're talking about Dwayne Caldwell and that crew, or we're talking about Nick Stauskas. There's nothing good to talk about with this franchise. So while we have that one little window we look at, the organization as a whole, it's always been bad. And when you get guys here, you need someone who will step in here and be like, yo, I think you said it perfectly. We're in this together. Let's go. Let's don't worry about the perceptions of this franchise. Don't worry about the perceptions of the past. Worry about you. Worry about us. Worry about this locker room right here.
Mhm.
We're playing for each other right now. We're not playing for the last 16 years.
Right.
We're not playing for, to exercise the demons of Dwayne Coswell and Lionel Simmons. No, we're playing for us. And there's some good players in here. Let's step out. Let's get the job done together.
Yeah.
And I think I talked about players having this mentality yesterday, and Monty McNair having this mentality. Coaches got to have the same mentality. You can't get caught up. You're going to get asked about it because James has been here.
Mhm.
Sean Cunningham has been here. We've been here for a long time. You can't worry about that when you're walking in the door the first time. That's not your responsibility.
Yeah. And I wonder, I'd like to hear what you got to say about this, because I wonder if like there's a perception from me only, I guess, that the Kings franchise, they just kind of take it all. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, people's perception and the disrespect and all this. Like if somebody like Yeager did come in there that way, they just take it. They were like, well, well, we are Sacramento, so what would we say? There's a part of me that would want Vivek, Monty McNair, and the coaches to be like, look, man, I don't like, you're not going to come in here and act this way. You're not going to come in here and look at us this way and behave this way. You can leave. Like, you can get the hell out of here. Because I feel like somebody, he's here. We gotta coddle and players and things like that. No, you can go. You can get the hell out of here, because we're not doing that. You're either gonna be here to fix that. We know what's gone on in the past. We know the struggles that we've had. But I'll struggle another 20 years as opposed to letting you come in here and continue to make us look like a fool. Like, get with the program that we're trying to build here together, or you can go. And I just feel like they don't have that mentality. Like, there's never, a lot of it comes with the championships and the success, obviously, but there is no Pat Riley mentality here. This is how we do things. And if you don't like it, you can leave. We'll be fine. It just kind of, okay. That's how it feels. Could be wrong.
Could be, or you could be right. But that's, people don't like him as an owner, or maybe people don't like his personality. Maybe people just don't like him. I don't know what it is.
Mm.
You ain't walking into the Los Angeles Clippers acting like that.
Mm-mm.
I mean, let's not. And I understand the Clippers now. That's a different franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know what they were before.
Mm-hmm.
You think Steve Ballmer's putting up with that?
Mm-mm.
That starts with Steve Ballmer. Shoot, we know, we saw, we read, we watched unfold. Mark Cuban ain't putting up with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you agree or disagree. Oh, we got what's going on. Oh, okay, yeah, no, you're fired.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're quick to move on from people. The Dallas Mavericks are Mark Cuban's business. Steve Ballmer, the Los Angeles Clippers are his business. Sometimes I wonder if for an owner like Vivek, if the Kings are just part of his portfolio. Because and I mean, Steve Ballmer got so much money. I know Steve Ballmer's money came elsewhere. Steve Ballmer got so much money. The Clippers are his business. He's in that elite fraternity. He wants that. He wants that ring. Mm-hmm. He's conquered the rest of the world. He ain't got nothing to worry about. His money ain't running out. He good.
Yep.
Sometimes I wonder for a guy like Vivek if I'm not suggesting he doesn't care about the Sacramento Kings. That's not what I mean. I do believe that he does, but I think you're going to run it differently if your focus is other businesses. If your focus is buying a soccer team, if your focus is the tech world, like I love the Kings. I'm gonna be present at Kings games. But I ain't going to establish a culture there. Mm-hmm. I ain't going to establish, you're not going to come in here. Oh, you said, what about say? Oh, yeah, you can go.
Mm-hmm.
Get lost. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to do that. Steve Ballmer will do that.
Right.
Mark Cuban, I believe, will do that.
Right.
Pat Riley has been given the authority. He's not the owner of the team, but Pat Riley has been given the authority to do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody in that Kings ownership group, in that front office.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up.
Yeah.
Stand up.
And maybe it could be Monty. Like if Monty can establish something here, maybe he can be the voice. You just have to know that he's the long-term solution here. I feel like this was the case before when Jeff Petrie was running things.
Mm-hmm.
He established something here, and he wasn't going to let it go. He wasn't going to let it deviate from what he wanted. And I think he was given that authority. Of course, this is I wasn't covering the team at the time or around the team at the time. I believe he was given that authority from Joe and Gavin as well.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. Sometimes you haven't won. You haven't been successful here, but you need to act like you are successful. You need to act like you're one of those top franchises until you actually get to that point.
You need to act like Ben Simmons walking around the Brooklyn Nets practice facility, apparently.
Like he Jordan.
You need to act like you Michael Jordan wearing lamb suits. You're listening to D'Lo. I can't remember if I said this or not. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashes Elk Grove Dodge.
To answer Javier's second question, I don't know if they'll bring back the jerseys or not.
Which ones did he say?
The classic 01-02 jerseys. I keep
too much pressure.
Jerseys and stuff on all that. We go back to, I forgot who it was. They listen every day. I apologize, but the rumor has it they're going to go back to Royal at some point.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if it actually happens. The other thing that I didn't get to it when it happened, but I got to say, because it was hilarious. Jesse talked about when Sherwin called and wanted to move on from Fox and get Davion in there to run the team or whatever. Mm-hmm. And Jesse pointed out, he said, Kings fans, they love their small sample sizes. Can you imagine Linsanity if it was here in Sacramento?
Oh, man. Sign him to a 10-year, sign him to a Magic Johnson contract from 1980 something. Sign him to a 10-year. True story. Oh, I can see why Kings fans act that way. Tyrese Halliburton gets traded, all of a sudden he's first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right.
Tyrese was mentioned on 2 national shows for an entire for a season and a half. Then he gets traded, all of a sudden they about to change the logo to Tyrese Halliburton. Like Jerry West's reputation is tarnished after winning time. Who can we rely on? Tyrese Halliburton. That's our guy.
He's Mr. Everything. I'm sure. Look, hey, how much you want to bet he's gonna be in the studio at TNT during the playoffs?
Tyrese?
Yeah.
No. They got.
I think you might see him in the studio because they do that during the playoffs.
No, they do
for a night.
No.
If they do that, it's over. We might go live.
Yeah, we might. We might.
They put Little Magic.
It's the former Little Magic. There can't be 2 Little Magics. It's the former Little Magic.
There can't be 2 Little Magic.
You broke up with Tyrese Halliburton live on the radio.
There can be 2 Little Magic.
You straight up called the Mellow Little Magic.
Oh, I can't watch LaMelo tonight.
Oh man, we'll talk about that.
And they're 8-9 or 9-10. Somebody's going home.
Yeah, someone's going home. Yeah, this tonight's gonna have a very different feel than last night's. And Charlotte and Atlanta, we're going 141, 138.
Yeah, defense will be optional.
Yeah, I'm opting not to play it. I got an opt-out clause here for this playing game when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I mentioned what sucks about that game's at 4, and then it's the Spurs and the Pelicans.
Oh, come on. I got a baseball game to go to today after we get off the show. I may record Hawks Hornets and watch that. Wow. Spurs, like not even. I ain't worry about Spurs Pelicans.
Watch the box score. Yeah, watch the box score.
I may just watch that, and that'll be my game for the night.
I'm not excited for that one
Household going
whatsoever.
for Charlotte.
Of course, that is a LaMelo Ball family there at the Caraway compound. I mentioned ESPN's top 25 under 25 list. We'll talk about who took a tumble and what they had to say about that particular player who took a tumble. We'll give you our thoughts on that. We haven't talked about this situation with Deebo Samuel and the San Francisco 49ers. Can't promise we're going to do it today because it's not necessarily pressing news. And by the way, we haven't mentioned Derek Carr got a contract extension today.
Good for him. Let me hold $1.
I like the offseason that the Raiders have. We'll talk about that. Plus, we got James Ham on the way. Lots more ahead. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, by the way. Lots more ahead here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. These dudes who use the one earbud as their IFB always look weird to me. Todd McShay is doing it, and it's like, come on, bro. What you doing?
I don't know how that sounds either. Like, is it?
I actually thought you couldn't do it. Like, if one fell out, like it would cut the audio off. But maybe it's a setting or something.
No, I don't have 13th round. So,
oh well, fuck the 13th round then. Do the house show. There it is. Young Rock, we're going to WrestleMania, baby.
Oh no, that's how we got to come back. We're going. Oh man. No, we're going. We're going. Hands down. We're going to try and get it paid for, but even if we don't, we're going. Here we go. There we go. We going. I was telling Damien, because I was talking to Jazz when he called about this, and I was talking to her. I was like, just seen the Young Rock clip. Well, I mean, let's just clear your calendar. Like, it just is what it is. Like, we're going to WrestleMania. I don't know what else to tell you. We're going. We're going to WrestleMania. I don't know what to tell you. Kevin Mania. I like Mania's hair hat combo. That's pretty cool. The blowout under the hat. Get through there. Get through there. Oh gosh. I hate the shift. I hate the shift. It is only fine when it works to your benefit. That time it did not work to my benefit. Jess, you got a TV in the studio, huh? Jesus. We need 2 TVs in the new studio. We need, let's see, because I guess you'll have a separate room. You'll need a TV in your room. We'll need 2 TVs in front of me and Damien. But TVs are Mando. Oh man. Oh no. Don't mind me, guys. Yeah, my bad. Hey man, we need at least 3 TVs in that studio. Let's go. Damien broke it down a little bit. We need 3 TVs in that studio. Jesse needs his own. And we need 2 in front of us, like on the wall in front of us. Multiple TVs. One is on the WWE network. The other is on baseball.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh, you should be able to do that easily. Okay. Very good. Very, very good.
Oh, wow. Well, that's pretty interesting. Oh, geez. Jasmine Sullivan has been added to Soul Bloom.
Very
I'm about to make
nice.
that move.
James Ham going to join us coming up the top of the 3 o'clock hour. If you want to get in on the phones, you can. 916-349-1320. We're just hanging out now that the off season is officially here.
We were going to talk about 25 under 25 from ESPN. But I just
have to, that leaves me concerned. You said
no,
we
were.
No,
okay. We
like,
are.
What are we going to do now?
I was just going to say before we get to that, though, I mean, I just gotta ask you. I mean, I've already talked to the family. I've already told them what's going on. I mean, we talk about our outfits for Rick Ross. I mean,
yep.
Do you have your outfit ready for, what was that, next April 1st or so, whenever it is in LA, WrestleMania? Because we're going to be there. Just is what it is now. I mean, we're getting confirmations left and right about what's going to go down there. Well, I guess I'm going to WrestleMania.
It does appear. I got a series of text and in tweets last night. Did y'all see Young Rock? Did you see Young Rock? Do you watch Young Rock? I think they just teased the Roman Reigns Rock match at WrestleMania, and we're family. So I'll say this to us because obviously all of us we're family. I support everything The Rock does, including the Tooth Fairy. I watched that joint. Young Rock is trash. Like, it's not a good show at
trash
all.
Is excessive. That's
okay.
Excessive.
Okay, fine. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's cheesy ain't even the word. Like, it's like, yeah, it's bad act. It's weird. Like, what am I'm watching like a bunch of bad actors. It's not good. Like, it's I mean, you pop when, oh, that's Andre the Giant. That's Junkyard Dog. But other than that, dude, it's not. Young Rock is not good.
I watch it.
But I saw the clip, and I haven't watched since, I think, the end of the first. I was stunned to find out there was going to be another season. But again, it's The Rock, and everything The Rock touches is gold. So I'm down for it. I'm going to support him. But I haven't watched the new season, but I saw the clip of there's teases for this Rock Roman match. Every ESPN with Mike Greenberg, Young Rock.
Wait, what did he do?
Roman Reigns. Roman was asked leading. So anytime a wrestler does a mainstream interview, it's weird. Anytime a wrestler does a mainstream interview at like 5:30 a.m., it's really, really weird. But Greeny asked something about The Rock being Roman's cousin. And Roman, he almost went into character and like that he was agitated by the question. But it was like, okay, I see it. Like, I'm smart enough to know. I know what's going on.
Right.
They're all over the teasers are there.
And absolutely, it would. I mean, you know this. It would not have been above ESPN, WWE to like literally give Mike Greenwood that question. Say, ask him this. Don't worry about his response. Just ask him this question.
Yeah, he's going to answer in a certain way. Don't worry about it. Just we need to get this in there. Yeah. I can't remember if it was Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. It was on one of those two. I mean, because he was like, because I think the question was like, would you wrestle The Rock? And Roman was like, oh, I'd do it. I don't know that he'd do it. I don't know that he wants to wrestle me, but oh yeah, I'll take him out if I have to. All right.
All right.
SoFi, we'll be there broadcasting live. Radio Row at WrestleMania. D'Lo and KC.
We're going. Be on the lookout for more Reese's Dope shirts because we got to get.
That's the only way we getting tickets. We're gonna head over to DLoandKC.com and fund our WrestleMania excursion next year. We don't have companies pay for our trip, so we're pretty much just gonna need you to. No, it's not a GoFundMe for WrestleMania tickets. We're running. You buy a T-shirt, and those funds, like you get a shirt, we get to go to WrestleMania. We'll get Reese back to work. We'll build out the Reese's Dope collection. You can get the Black Bottles collection, Chatty House collection, all of that stuff.
And then our main, it's not. I shouldn't say our main, but we will have an option of $1,000 shirt on the website.
That's going to be the OK Lake Show shirt.
That's the $1,000.
That way, Laker fans, if you want to buy it, it's the Gucci shirt. It's the $1,000 T-shirt. OK Lake Show. I'll get that up. I'll try to get that up today. It's good. Tri-blend. It'll be really nice, just like the rest of them. It's going to be $1,000 Tri-blend T-shirt. It's going to say OK Lake Show on it. Let's get to Greg here. I don't know, Greg. I don't know if Greg's going to WrestleMania with us. 916-349-1320. What's up, Greg?
How you doing?
We're good, man. What's going on?
Good. I got two quick questions for you.
All right.
All right. The first one is, if the draft was tomorrow and Halliburton and Sabonis was both in the draft, which one would you take?
If the Aaron Fox is on the team, we'll take a Sabonis.
Okay. Now, my second question is, with not knowing what you know, I want to change those two names. Okay.
I just thought of a new piece of sound that needs to go on the board. Stephen A sound. You know what it is. That was
hilarious.
He had, okay, I don't even, I don't know.
Let me see if I can figure out what he was. So
I was stalling because I really just wanted to try to run the sound, and I don't know if I.
Stay off the weed. Stay off the weed. Stay off.
And that's baby Stephen A.
That's baby Stephen A. Oh yeah, that's baby Stephen A. I got grown Stephen A here too, but yeah, for my man Greg.
Stay off the weed.
There it is.
I think he was expecting us to be like, well, Halliburton. I mean, it's really simple. Like, Halliburton's a great ball player. But if you have De'Aaron Fox on the team, yeah, you go with the big man. In this particular case, Sabonis over Halliburton.
Love you, Greg.
Shout out Greg, man. Call anytime, Greg. Call anytime.
Anytime. And I'll get that drop added to the board so we're ready for you. ESPN's top 25, under 25 list came out. I believe this was yesterday. Luka Doncic, number 1. Jason Tatum, number 2. Ja Morant, number 3. Trae Young, number 4. And LaMelo Ball, number 5. We'll fill out the top 10. Number 6 is Cade Cunningham. Got a problem with that.
Yeah.
Zion Williamson is number 7 for reasons known to nobody on the planet. Bam Adebayo, number 8. Darius Garland, number 9. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 10. Don't mind me. I'm just looking. I'm looking for one particular person, and here he is at number 11. Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards should be in the top 5.
Anthony Edwards should be
He's ahead of
I'm
LaMelo.
fine. I'm fine with him. You think so?
Yeah, he's at. I'm putting it.
He needs to be no lower than 6.
Yeah,
like if you want to put him at 5 and put LaMelo at 6, I'm fine. Cade Cunningham, I mean,
and that's right now. Cade is a baller. Like next year, Cade could go crazy and he can be top 5 himself. There's no reason for him to be ahead of Anthony Edwards right now.
Anthony Edwards is, dude, he's just a bad dude to me, man. He is nasty. Let's see who else is on this. There's Ingram, Scotty Barnes, Kenny's
14.
favorite, Tyrese Halliburton,
14.
Halliburton's brief tenure in Indiana since the trade deadline has got him a first ballot induction into the Hall of Fame based on being a Pacers cornerstone player. That's not exactly what it says. In the 24 games since he was acquired from the Kings, he has been the single greatest entity to ever grace an NBA basketball floor. Halliburton has averaged, that's not exactly what it says either. Halliburton has averaged 17.4 points per game, 9.6 assists, 49.5% shooting from the field, and 42% from deep. He is the only player who averaged 9.5 assists and 4.5 rebounds and shot 40% from the field from 3 since the deadline. All right. Evan Mobley, Miles Bridges, Desmond Bane, Jarrett Allen, DeAndre Ayton, Tyler Hero.
We're at 20, by the way.
Yeah, we're at 20. Number 21, Jalen Green. Number 22. Oh, my God. Told you about listening to that dude, man.
That guy.
Told you about listening to that
wild
dude.
boy, man.
And number 22, De'Aaron Fox. Bobby Mark says, if you were ranking the 25 under 25 list on games played after the All-Star break, Fox would be back in the top 10. In the 11 games since mid-February, Fox averaged 29.3 points per game and 7.5 assists. Last year, he averaged 28.5 and 6.6 after the break. However, because we look at the body of work during a full season, Fox takes a tumble 16 spots.
Wow.
Want to get your reaction to that, but want to talk to our brother Lamar first. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Lamar?
What's up, fellas? Hey, real quick. With De'Aaron and the small point guard, I think they should move De'Aaron, or at least try to play him at 2. Like I just think Davion being the tip of the spear on defense. Like I don't necessarily even think that. Like I understand. Like listening to you guys talk about DiVincenzo. I forget how to say his name.
DiVincenzo. Sorry, DiVincenzo.
Yep. I hear you talk about how big is he? Is he 6'6" or so? 6.
No, he's not that big. I would say he's about 6'3", 6'4".
And De'Aaron's 6'3", right? 6'3", 6'3.5", something like that.
Yeah.
I just think the way he slashes, I think they should just focus on him being able to play off the ball this year. I think getting Davion on the court to facilitate and play defense on the best perimeter guy will really, I think it's worth 5 or 6 wins. I honestly do. De'Aaron can score whenever he wants. I think sometimes he gets that tunnel vision. You know what I mean? So with DeMontis there, and I didn't think DeMontis playing next to Holmes will be a good starting 5 if you keep Harrison, right? So it's the rookie, it's De'Aaron, it's Harrison, it's DeMontis, and it's Holmes as your starting 5 next year. And I honestly, I think
there's a couple of flaws in that. I'll just start with the obvious because I don't think it requires. Holmes can't play that 4 position because he can't shoot.
Yeah,
you need a 4 who can shoot better. Otherwise, you've got Holmes and Domas clogging the middle. And if you got Holmes and Sabonis in the middle, one, you limit Domantas Sabonis' ability to pass, and he is a really, really, really good passer. And you clog the lane for De'Aaron, who is a really, really good driver.
Right.
I think you're eliminating I think you're really, really harming yourself by putting Rashawn Holmes at the 4. You want to respond to putting De'Aaron at the 2?
Yeah, I see his point. I see what he's saying. And if you're gonna have Davion Mitchell start in that starting lineup, I don't have any problem with experimenting with that from time to time. I think just in general, the whole notion of, your point guard and who brings it up. I mean, that's initiates the offense. I think a lot of times that is it's only part of it, right? 'Cause just because De'Aaron is the point guard doesn't mean Davion can't get an outlet pass and bring it up himself, right? Just because Davion is labeled the shooting guard doesn't mean in certain sets he can't come down, initiate the offense, and you run something off ball for De'Aaron Fox. Like there's ways to get into the offense that aren't as traditional as your point guard just dribbling up, calling the play, and setting it up. Like I think if you have a guy, a coach who like De'Aaron is looking for, a little more structured, you can get those opportunities without necessarily labeling somebody a point guard and a shooting guard. It could just be two guards out there, right? So that's the way I look at that. But I understand the idea of putting Fox off the ball, so to speak. The problem in the situation that I always run into with those two, and which is a bit of a concern, is their shooting ability, from beyond the arc. And I don't know if either one of them are going to be able to spread the floor enough with their shooting to be as successful as you would hope them to. They can. I just don't. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I don't know what they'll be able to do together in the backcourt. Would have liked to see a little bit more this year.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a conscious effort when there would be times Tyrese would bring a ball up the floor, which I guess would make him the de facto one. And I think there was regular occurrences where I don't know if this is De'Aaron's fault or Alvin's fault. I feel like De'Aaron was kicking it in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
He was Buddy Hield in the joint.
Right.
He was actually what Buddy thought the Kings were doing to him was actually happening to De'Aaron Fox when Tyrese Halliburton was the primary ball handler on certain possessions. And you could see that on possession to possession. Like De'Aaron would just be in the corner. It was like 3 possessions in a row. I can't remember what particular game it was, but it was in the midst of everything falling apart. Right, just look at the bottom of your screen. There's De'Aaron. Yeah. It's like, is this by design? Is Tyrese supposed to drive and see if he can kick to De'Aaron? Because that doesn't seem like the most masterful idea. Is De'Aaron supposed to be moving, or is he really just out of this play?
All right.
I don't know.
And you would see that like in the flip side in somewhere like Golden State. And I know it's different skill sets and they have different strengths and everything like that. But Steph Curry is your quote unquote point guard. Did you see him off the ball, setting back screens, coming off down screens, off the back screen that he just received, and being active off the ball, catching the ball on the wing? Maybe the pick and roll comes from him there. Like you don't see him just camped out in the corner. And I feel like you can do that with De'Aaron. There's plays there's sets that you can run where that you can keep him engaged without him dribbling the ball up the court to be the point guard.
You can make out of these lists whatever you want to. Lists are always fun topics of conversation. They're always fun debate. I have no problem with De'Aaron, in Bobby Marks' world, who Bobby Marks openly disappointed in the performance of the Sacramento Kings this year. I have no problem with De'Aaron Fox falling to 22. Again, it doesn't mean anything. Look around and you start seeing like there's a lot of players that I really like, and I understand that De'Aaron didn't have a great season, but putting Tyrese Halliburton at 14, again, Tyrese had a solid season. Putting him at 14, because the outliers right now, just quick glancing, are Tyrese, De'Aaron. I'm not going to go above De'Aaron. I'll stop there at 22. Tyrese, De'Aaron, and there's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, SGA.
Everybody else, well, there's Detroit. Everybody else is a play-in or playoff team.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And the Kings were super disappointing. Indiana, maybe that's the benefit of having no expectations.
All right.
and Bobby Marks Bobby Marks had expectations for the Kings. He gave those loudly and clearly on this show. And they fell 12 games short, 13 games short.
Far away.
They weren't even close of what Bobby Marks expected.
So I agree with you. I don't have a problem with 22 for De'Aaron Fox. I mean, it was said perfectly in the description. You know, if we're talking about half the season, yeah, he'd be higher, but we're talking about a whole body of work, and he didn't play up to his standard. He said as much. I didn't play up to my standard for an entire season. So 22, I mean, if you want to, nitpick some of the names, sure. You can do that with pretty much everybody 10 down, to be honest with you. But
I mean, Zion, that's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, Zion did not play basketball. Whatever. It's fine.
But I mean, when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, I mean, it's a spot that he kind of earned with his play and his performance this year. I would like to see, and I don't think this is kind of his bag and what he does. I'd like to see him be kind of pissed off about all this. I know me personally, I would use that as fuel. I'd be fired up, and trying to prove people wrong, using this as motivation. Whether somebody's list or whatever, it doesn't necessarily matter, at the end of the day. But this was something that will wake me up, get me out of them silk sheets in the morning to go get my workout in. Absolutely. It'd be part of every time I'm a little tired, every time I'm like, I've worked out 3 days in a row, maybe it's okay to take this day off. I'd remember this. Nope. Got to go get that 4th day in now. Little stuff like that. You need those little things sometimes to kind of help motivate you. I don't think just the way De'Aaron is wired that he's going to be motivated by this. De'Aaron is pretty cut and dry. And I could see him being like, why do I need to be motivated by that? I'm just motivated to play better. Like that would be his mentality. But I'd like to see him remember this. Maybe a tweet, maybe something like, 22, huh?
You're setting yourself up to be hurt here. We know that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Shout out to King Voss. This is solid level of pettiness. Hallie's DNPs helped his overall stats. Not everyone will get it. I'm pretty sure everyone gets that. That's a solid reference right there, King Voss. Hallie's DNPs helped his overall stats. That's funny. That's funny. 916-349-1320. Let's get Jake in here. Jake, what's going on, my man?
How you doing?
What's good, Jake?
I have a question.
Yes,
Actually,
sir.
I heard something on the radio that y'all I don't know who said it, but you said you were speaking of the Sacramento Kings coaching staff, and you named off names, and you said, I love them to death, but that's a recipe of disaster. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
maybe. I think what we were talking about was if you're asking a new head coach to come in here and keep multiple members of the previous regime. I think
and also the clarification was like forcing him to take that. If he wants all these people back on his own, sure.
Right. Yep.
But if he had other people in mind,
mandate.
and Vivek or somebody said, no, you have to keep these guys, that's what would be a recipe for disaster, not the actual coaches themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. I was like, okay, you said you loved them. It sounds
No,
no,
not at all. No, Jake, we appreciate you. No, I mean, Rico Hines is certified in this league.
Yeah.
Lindsey Harding, she's a really good player development coach. She's a really good assistant coach. She's working her way through this coaching process, and obviously we think the world of Doug Christie. I don't know a lot about Stacey Augmon as a coach, or even Mike Lombard getting the defensive coordinator. I don't know as much about those guys,
right.
But I know about Rico. Rico's certified across the league.
Absolutely.
But I also know if coaches like to be surrounded, Dave Yeager is a good example, and I don't know if it's an extreme example, but Dave's guys, Dwayne Tinker, all of those guys, they rode with him.
Mm-hmm.
It was Memphis or Sacramento. Like they were with him.
Yeah.
And when he became an assistant coach, they were out of the league.
Mm.
And I thought very highly of all of those guys. Like they're elsewhere. They're still coaches. They're just, in other parts of basketball.
Yep.
I think the head coach has to, be able to bring in his lead assistant, his top assistants. And, perhaps you can work from there. We've seen Bobby survive several coaches, I guess, coaching regimes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also because he's a good coach.
Yeah,
Bobby's a good coach.
Absolutely. So. I agree with Dr. David here. That's why I chuckled a little bit. Jake was about to pull up.
Sounded like it.
Jake said, "Oh, okay." I was about to say.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. Hey, keep us on our toes. It's all right.
Jake was gonna pull up.
Hey,
he gonna pull up on you.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. If Jay got to pull up, hey man, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll get it worked out. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Oh man, shout out to Jake.
Ryan says D-Lo will never get that name right. And I know you're talking about Mike, and you're 100% right. Never. Every time we talk, every time I bring his name up, I make James say it. Because I can't. I get it wrong every time. Every single time. Speaking of James Ham, he'll join us at the top of the hour. And on this day, something everybody remembers and something nobody remembers. Mike, hang tight. Drew Mack, hang tight. We'll talk to you guys when we return. The phone lines are open for you here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Be right back.
Yeah. Drew Mack to talk about a couple of assistants sticking around. All right, we got Drew Mack. Oh, what do we got? Yeah, I definitely hope Rico's here. I actually hope Doug is here also. But again, I hope it's the call of the head coach, the guy who's brought in, or the person who is brought in as the head coach. I'm anxious to see who they're bringing in. I'm anxious to hear actual reports, who's coming in for interviews, who's talking. There are some interesting names out there. There's definitely some interesting names. I think AEW is today Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, I think AEW's got a nice little show lined up tonight, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I feel like they've had this plan laid out for a while, and yeah, I feel like they had this plan for Roman, and that you can't tease something because Vince gets angry. From what I understand, Vince gets angry if you tease something that can't happen. Like there was a what was Stone Cold show called? It was the Broken Skull Sessions, but it was the Broken Skull Sessions. But remember when they used to do it live, like after Monday Night Raw or a pay-per-view, and I think he had Paul Heyman on, and at the very end, Paul said something about Brock. And Stone Cold immediately went into character and said something about, and it looked like Stone Cold versus Brock, and there was never a plan for it. And there were, reports, again, you take it for what it's worth, that Vince was furious because he was pissed off at Paul Heyman because he was like, why would you do that? We can't deliver that match. You could get people talking, you could get people, you could get people talking. We can't deliver it. We can't bring you Stone Cold versus Brock Lesnar. So the fact that just off the top of my head, and I'm sure there's more, but just off the top of my head, have dropped a Rock Roman reference on 3 different occasions. And I think The Rock even spoke about it once, maybe in a magazine. If magazines are still things. The Rock speaks on Roman. I don't think Vince would be pleased that all these little breadcrumbs are being dropped out there. Yeah, here it is right here. The Rock talks all time. Oh, The Rock talks all the time with Roman Reigns about potential WWE match. This was in the New York Post, November 8th, 2021. I don't know if I have another title run, but possibly there might be another match down the road. It would have to make sense. I'm very close with Roman, obviously. We talk about this all the time. I always continue to encourage him to keep doing your thing, keep sharpening those skills. I think he's doing a great job with his promo, his execution, his in-ring work. It all continues to improve and grow. Well, that headline is deceiving. Yes. I think he already is an all-time great. But that's
top 10.
He's getting there. I mean, his biggest signature win right now. I mean, he beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania. He beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
He's got his own era.
Yeah, he's got the. That's right. He's got the Roman Reigns era for sure. You know,
how many? Oh, never mind.
James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. You might as well ask me what you were going to ask me a second ago. Like we don't have to pretend like the show don't continue. On the commercial break, we were talking about Rock and Roman again, but go ahead.
Yeah, we were talking about. I asked the question: is Roman Reigns top 10 or would a win over Rock get some top 10 all time? We're like, yeah, he's got his own era. How many eras are there?
Hogan, Austin, Cena.
Wow. And I agree with you. And you get an era.
Yeah. Hogan, Austin, and Cena. That's it. There's no big time. Yeah, there's no Bret Hart era. There's no Shawn Michaels era. I mean, there's the Attitude era, but that's Stone Cold. Yeah, I think that's it. Hogan, Austin, and Cena.
And Roman
Reigns.
Does he have? I just want to be fair. Does he have an era yet, or is this a run?
Man,
this might be a run.
I think we're looking at what he's done recently. That's the run, right? Like when, returning the heel, acknowledge me, the tribal chief, all of that. That's the run. Right. But let's not pretend like Roman Reigns wasn't headlining WrestleManias earlier.
You're right.
Like they've been setting, and I said this before, WrestleMania a couple of weeks ago. Roman versus Brock, that match that way has been set up for like 8 years. It started with Brock beating The Undertaker and has built since then. And Roman has really been the main guy ever since then. Yeah. You've had your Daniel Bryans, your John Cena's, your Brock Lesnar's, all of that stuff. Roman has been the one who is constantly in the mix. No.
Ric
Flair does not have an era. Absolutely not. Ric Flair, no, not even close. Bruno Sammartino, sure. Bryce, you weren't around for it. Neither was I. Like Bruno Sammartino wasn't, his matches at Madison Square Garden against superstar Billy Graham weren't airing at 10 a.m. on Superstars of Wrestling. No Bob Backlund era. Absolutely not. No. Hulk Hogan. Hell, if you really want, you go back to Gorgeous George if you want to. Maybe a Gorgeous George era back in the 50s or 60s. Like, I'm fine with that. But no.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. There's 4 eras. Yeah. And even The Rock don't have an era.
That's because it was with Stone Cold. I have this autograph, this thing I had made that has these different autographs and pictures in it. And it's my Mount Rushmore of wrestling. It's an autograph picture of Rock and Austin. And then there's a poster that John Cena autographed. And then my picture with Hulk Hogan. That's the Mount Rushmore of wrestling to me.
Yeah. I agree.
Also autographed on this picture is Stephanie McMahon Helmsley. She signed it in full. Stephanie McMahon Helmsley. It's on the same picture as Rock and Austin.
I think one of these days we're gonna get Steph on the show.
Stephanie?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a stretch.
No,
I think
we
could get
so
Stephanie.
Get Steph. We'll figure out a good time. Maybe sometime in the
probably
summer.
When we're at WrestleMania. We'll get Steph when we're at WrestleMania in Los Angeles for sure.
We're gonna talk to at WrestleMania. We're gonna talk to Stephanie and the people from Black Wrestling.
Well, we're definitely there's a marriage happening with D'Lo and Casey and Black Wrestling at some point. That's
Shout out.
It's the greatest Twitter account you've ever found.
Did you see the one they had last night with the girl from NXT?
Yep, saw that. I almost sent it to you. I was like, "There's no way Kenny hasn't seen this yet." James Ham said to join us. Let's see if James Ham is following Black Wrestling. Yeah, let's see if we can get James Ham to follow Black Wrestling on Instagram. And it's the RASSLIN that I love the most. It's Black Wrestling. 916-349-1320. Make this awkward transition to Mike here. Mike, what's good, buddy?
Hey, thanks for the transition there, fellas.
I got
you. So I was watching one of these ESPN shows, and they started talking about, if the Clippers get eliminated right now in these play-ins, obviously a massive disappointment. But they're talking about Ballmer with all this money they're spending. Would they potentially break up the Kawhi and Paul George? And of course, twisted, tormented Kings fan, I immediately go to our trade situation potentially. You think there's any would you guys even consider a Fox Holmes maybe first round for? I feel like Kawhi would be the one they'd want to get rid of the two. Oddly enough, just with his unavailability and injuries and all that. And would that even be something that we would even want to entertain? Like, would that guy be even a fit here with that sort of baggage?
Kawhi fits everywhere. But I completely disagree with the thought that the Clippers season is a disappointment.
No,
they played the full year without Kawhi Leonard, a large chunk of the year without Paul George. They finished 42-40. I mean, you can't lose to the Pelicans or Spurs, but it's really I don't think you break up Paul George and Kawhi Leonard because they lose to one of those two teams.
No, not at all. And I look at the situation. If there's one, I know all these guys got bread. I know they got money, but they all got a limit of what they're willing to do and how much they're willing to pay. And there's one guy who doesn't have a limit.
Yeah, that's it. There's
one guy who's I don't care if I want these guys here. I'll pay whatever.
That's right.
It's Steve Ballmer.
Yeah, there aren't very many of those guys. I know we use the phrase, bottomless pockets. No, Steve Ballmer, legitimately.
Yeah.
He got money on money. He ain't worried about
no luxury tax. He ain't worried about none of that.
Get that $30 million out of the couch cushions and send it to the NBA because apparently they need it.
He literally gave hundreds of millions to one of his contemporaries, to Dolan, to just say,
I don't want to negotiate with you.
Just get this done so I can build my arena. I'm tired of this. Here's what is it going to take? 100 million? Get out of my face.
That's what our bosses did at ESPN when they did Kenny's contract negotiation. They were like, "Look, we don't want to negotiate with you. Just here's the bag." 916-349-1320. Drew Mack, what's happening, Drew?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I just wanted to touch on how you guys were debating, whether or not you can bring back multiple coaches from this year. And I just wanted to offer my thoughts real quick.
Sure.
I love Doug Christie. As much as it hurts me to say, I don't think that you can go into next year having him on the staff unless he is the head coach. And the reason being is that we've seen sort of these weird power structures before in Sacramento, where Igor Kokoskov was breathing down Luke Walton's neck. And there's that famous story that Ham always talks about where they tried to hire Gentry to take over Malone's job and fire him mid-season. And honestly, with all that energy out there, I just don't think that you can bring a situation like that. I mean, we already know that Doug is the favored, in terms of what Vivek wants. And I just think that it would be another weird power structure that, better off, not going down that route if you can avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, no, completely understand. I understand why people say this, but let's be fair though before we say that Doug is Vivek's favorite. Again, I feel like we presented this fairly, and if we didn't, that's my bad. But there's also a level of public negotiation that went into the Doug Christie thing getting leaked to Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah.
And I think when you take the total story, and maybe this is just me convincing myself of it, but I think when you take that story in its totality of Alvin Gentry wanted a 3-year deal, he felt like he had the leverage. Somebody made sure, and this very well may have been Joe Dumars, made sure that Doug Christie's name was mentioned in an Adrian Wojnarowski tweet. That's the power play of, look, if you don't want to be the interim coach, that's fine. We're not signing you to a 3-year deal. We want you to be the interim coach, but if you don't want to do it, that's okay. We'll have Doug Christie do it. It's no problem.
Yeah.
That's how I took it. I took it as public negotiation.
And that point is 100% fair. And I also want to say, and we reiterated again, if the new coach comes in and they want Doug Christie around, that's different than Doug Christie being forced
Appointed.
to stay around. Right. So if because I think that's what happens.
And that's true for Rico, Mike, Stacy, Lindsay. That's true for everybody.
I think that happens a lot of these times with the incoming coaches or managers or coaches, is they have, I think most of the time they have interviews with the people who are still with the organization, and whether they're just, for face value or whether they're actual, like, hey, I want to see if this guy could work with me. I think they talk to him. And if he talks to Doug and he's like, I like what Doug is bringing to the table, I could benefit from this. We could benefit. I'd like to have him on the staff. That'd be awesome. We just, I don't think anybody wants it where Doug is forced upon the new coach, or Doug or anybody is forced upon them,
because
give them the opportunity.
Then it becomes exactly what Drew Mack was talking about right there. It becomes that weird power dynamic structure.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're looking for something to listen to tonight, the Kings and the Avalanche are on ESPN 1320 beginning at 6.
Oh, man, I can't wait for that. That's a good one, because that boy Wayne Gretzky, I'm telling you, when you got him at the Kings, it is lit. But you got Patrick Waugh on the other side, and Patrick Waugh he is a wall. What is he? He stands on his head. He stands on his head.
Where did you hear that from? What were you listening to what's Barry Melrose? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Barry Melrose.
The weed.
He stands on his head. You gotta be aware.
Kings versus the Avalanche, ESPN 1320. You're home of the Kings.
Yeah, can't wait. Home of the Kings.
Been trying to tell y'all for 2 years. Been trying to tell y'all where you're home for the Kings. Kings and Avalanche tonight. Better suck on that, Steve.
Take that for
Kobe Bryant's career ended with 60. And on the same night, no one cared that the Warriors won 73 games. That was on this day. But
I had a buddy of mine that went to the Warriors game, like was in Sacramento. It's like, I'm going to the Warriors game. I want to watch history. I said, whatever, pal. I'm watching Kobe.
I think Carol was on the radio call for that one. I think Carol
for the
Lawson
Warriors
was on
game?
For the Warriors game. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. She was disappointed too. She was like, I don't want to be there for this. Let's bring in 1320 James Ham. 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham. I guess it's just apologies to Derek Carr. We just didn't. We finished to work in WrestleMania and The Rock versus Roman Reigns. We managed to talk about Gucci knockoff shirts, and really didn't spend a great deal of time talking about the fact that Derek Carr got his contract extension. It's allegedly $100 million in new money. So we've seen three different numbers. We saw 141, 121, and 100. We came to the conclusion that the 100 is the new money. We haven't been able to really figure out how much of that is fully guaranteed, mostly because everything that Adam Schefter writes is BS. So with that said, you're listening to D1KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. Hammer, what's happening, my man?
Just relaxing.
Yeah?
Just trying to take a couple of days just to recover from the final. It's always like the 4th of July. You know, you get all the way to the end, and then it's like the grand finale. Boom, 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 boom. You're like, oh my gosh, am I gonna make it through? and then you make it through, and you're
So-
like, all right.
So do you have like from now till the lottery to just kind of chill out?
Well,
Oh.
I don't have to get in a car from
Right.
now until the lottery. There will come a point where we start getting draft prospects in, and so we'll be down at the arena interviewing draft prospects. That's been different the last couple of years because of COVID. It's all been via Zoom, but I think we'll be back in the building this year. I think there will be prospects coming through, especially if the Kings get, into that 1 through 5 range. I think we'll see a lot of prospects. But even still, the Kings always bring through a boatload of guys for their second round picks. So I know the year we had Kyle Guy come through like 3 times, there was 101 draft prospects brought in that year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I was there 3 days a week covering draft prospects, many of which, 101, there's only 60 guys taken in the draft.
Mhm.
And most of those were for second round picks. So, yeah.
What do you think happens here, Ham? More draft prospects come in or more coaching interviews are done?
Oh, man, I think there's going to be a lot of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a pretty full slate, a full docket of head coaching candidates come into Sacramento. I think there are a lot of known names, guys that have been around the league for a long time, that are going to want to be here and fully vet the Sacramento Kings and make sure that they know what they're getting into. Because at a certain point, coaches should be leery about coming here. It's one of 30, but it's also a 2-year job for most people. And so, you really have to vet it and make sure that you think that they're going to do what's right and let you get some input and let you do what you want to do with the roster and play the guys that you want to play and let you have the style of play, which has always been in question.
So, Ham, this is one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and I'm all for an extensive, thorough search. But this is also the same league where $100 million deals are negotiated in 30 seconds. And, trades are executed at the drop of a dime that have like $300 million moving between both sides. A lot of work should have already been done. I'll just say that. And a lot of conversations, I feel, should have been had already. And I think they have been. I don't think that the Kings just started looking at coaching candidates and contacting people at 11 o'clock on Monday. I think I'm right when I say, right? Like they've been working back channels and letting certain people know, hey, get ready. So I say that to say, why isn't, if he's on the list, why it's coming in tomorrow for an interview?
Wait, who is that? It
Just
cut
Terry
out.
Stotts. I'm just saying somebody that is on the list. You can say Mark Jackson, who's on the list, who isn't associated with a team right now. Like, what are we waiting for? We should have had a conversation with their agent 3 weeks ago that this may be the case. Come in tomorrow. Let's have an interview.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that. We're going to see it quickly unfold. I think that they're going to take about a week here to really get their bearings, kind of line up what they want to do, and then we're going to start seeing guys get knocked off the list. And I'll dispel a couple of notions here. First of all, the idea that Vlade Divac's never interviewed anybody, just that's completely false. The first time Vlade had an opening, he went through, I think it was 12 candidates. I think 6 of them came through for second and third interviews. And then out of nowhere, Dave Yeager became available and the Kings hired him. Again, he became available on a Friday night. He was in Sacramento on a Saturday. He had a contract on Sunday. And that was after after Vlade had done all these interviews. And so when you get to the next go around, you talk about back channels, you talk about sort of what's going to happen. We all knew that Dave Yeager was out at the All-Star break, and we also knew that Luke Walton was out in LA and that Luke Walton was probably going to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And I know people go, well, Vlade didn't go and interview people. Yeah, he tried that once and it didn't work out so well for him. He wasn't going to do it again. He knew who his guy was, and this isn't the only team that goes out and just hires people. Chris Finch literally, like they fired a coach, and by the end of the day, they had an assistant from another team mid-season on the job. That's how quick that happened.
I also think that's Kenny's point, though, is it's not like they did that. They fired, what was it, Ryan Saunders at noon, and then called, who was it, Toronto, and asked, like, hey, can we talk to Chris Finch real quick? Hey, Chris, you want to interview for this job? Cool, you got it. Like, that's not how this works. Like, they had been talking, or they had at least they had gone through the proper channels with Toronto to get this process rolling before they fired Ryan Saunders, which is why I think some people in the coaching fraternity were upset about it. You interviewed a coach before you fired one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, like, that's part of the problem that we have here. Like, the Kings have not, sure, we've heard names at this point, right? But they have not, out of respect for Alvin, brought in a bunch of coaching candidates, like, while he's still here. At least not that I've seen. Now, it's possible they've had plenty of conversations, but even from some of the coaching agents that I've talked to, they're like, we'll have a list for you, but it'll probably be a couple of days. And so that tells me that their process is starting like fresh. And that's because most of the teams that are going to be looking for a coach outside of the Lakers, most of the other teams that are out of the play, are in the playoffs. I mean, I think the Knicks will probably see them searching for a head coach. Although that's, we never know. That's one day they are, one day they're not. But, teams, if somehow the 76ers flame out, there's been rumors about Doc, there's been rumors about Quinn Snyder, so there are good coaches like playing for teams right now that could, like, good coaching spots that could come available, good coaches that could come available. But at this point, I think the Kings are kind of on their own with the Lakers. And I think
the
that
only
they're
coach
pulling...
the Lakers ones are employed.
Yeah, well, I don't know. If they want Mark Jackson.
Nick,
your coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just I'll put my 2 cents in right now. Like, Mark Jackson's the wrong guy. Like, no to Mark Jackson. He's just the wrong guy.
Why?
Like, De'Aaron Fox wants someone who, like, directs traffic, that has a complex playbook, that holds people accountable. He is not looking for someone who splashes holy water on Steph Curry's ankle and makes him run around the gym and claims that he healed him. That's not what the Kings want.
The only thing, real quick, James, that I'll say about that I continue to say about Mark, he might be the wrong guy, but the fact that he's still held to that and has not gotten an opportunity, like, people learn from their mistakes all the time. I could look at De'Aaron Fox and be like, De'Aaron, after his first year in the league, he can't shoot free throws. He's never going to shoot. He can improve. Players improve, coaches improve, and they go through certain things the first time, and they say, you know what? I didn't handle this right. I learned from this. If I get another opportunity, I know how to handle. I know how to go about it this way. I'm not sitting here saying Mark Jackson is a great coach, but the fact that he's not getting another opportunity to learn from whatever mistakes that he went through the first time, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. And we see a lot of retread, sorry coaches that get opportunity after opportunity to learn, and they don't learn, and they keep being sorry. And this guy still gets penalized for that moment and not given another opportunity.
Well, I would respond with, it wasn't one moment. It was a career of being in the league and having enough people know who you were while you were in the league. It was we hear, like, there wasn't a soul in the building that wanted him back. And, like, out of the 200 employees, no one wanted him back in Golden State. It was that Michael Malone was his lead assistant, and Vivek was there and knew that Michael Malone was doing all of the coaching. And then it's how Mark has carried himself afterwards. It's how he carries himself, the things he says in the media, the things that he says that go unchecked. And there's a long, long history of it. So while I get it that some guys deserve a second shot, again, like, look at, just for instance, Eric Musselman, He had a cup of tea in Golden State and a sip of coffee in Sacramento, and he's never been given another opportunity at the pro level. Look what he's done, though, in the meantime. He's gone and made himself into an incredible coach. He's led teams like UNR to the tournament. He's got the Razorbacks flying. Like, that's a guy who, like, he went out and kept doing it, kept proving that he was better than the person he was before that made the mistakes that he was before. And I don't see that we've seen that sort of contrition or that sort of effort to recover from a guy like Mark Jackson.
I think there's maybe also less. We're not talking about X's and O's mistakes. We're not talking about rotational mistakes. We're not talking about talent evaluation mistakes. We're talking about character. I don't want to call them. I would call them character flaws. They're his characteristics, right? And it's not exclusive to Mark Jackson. And again, when you talk about growing and learning and changing, I'm all for that. I almost want to point out Mark was like, 48 when he was the heck. It's not like he was 22.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he was 48. Like, he's kind of the man that he is. He's not alone either. Like, Bill Laimbeer is a phenomenal basketball coach. There's a reason he's not in the league. Like, he pisses a lot of people off. There are a lot of people who like, yo, I'm not working with that dude. WNBA needs Laimbeer. You could be over there because you could get away with murder over there. That's fine. You can't get away with that in this league. And he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Again, maybe a lot like Mark Jackson. Fantastic coach. But you got to have, we talked about this with Dave Yeager a little bit. You've got to be able to have skills. You got to be a people person. You got to be able to relate. You got to be able to talk to people. And I think there's enough about the characteristics of, say, Bill Laimbeer, of Mark Jackson, that perhaps more than anyone, the owners can't get over. Because I have to imagine a general manager has at least brought up, yo, like, what do you think about bringing Mark Jackson in? And someone, whether they call Joe Lacob or not, has just said, nah, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. And I'll say, like, I get what you're saying. There are a lot of guys who want to be coaches in the league. A ton of guys that want to be coaches. I mean, Doug spent like 15 years, 16 years wanting to be a coach in the league. You know, like a guy like Olden Polynice, you can see him on social media asking for to jump in and be an assistant. And, you know, I see you're laughing, but I'll tell you that Olden Polynice has been to one big man camp after another, to one of the coaching symposiums after another. He's worked so hard to try to get an opportunity. And I'm not saying he deserves one because, again, you make your bed, you lay in it, right? But he's at least gone and done the work to try to get into the league. And a lot of people don't. And a lot of people think that, you know, they were really great players, so they're going to be really great coaches. And, you know, you have to be able to connect. And it's not like he's the only one that I would say, like, I don't think I would want, you know, Tom Thibodeau is a director of people. He's a guy who micromanages and wears people out. And I don't think I want him anywhere near Sacramento. And he's a great coach that's, you know, who's won at a bunch of different levels. And, you know, I think when you mentioned Dave Yeager in Memphis, I would go do their pregame, right? And stand in the scrum. And it would be me and Ron Tillery from the Memphis newspaper. And they hated each other. Like, you could feel it when you're standing there that they're about ready to fight at any moment between a media member and a head coach. And you're like, well, this is weird. And then when Dave got here, he was very honest. He told me to my face, hey, look, I did a lot of things wrong the first time. I'm not going to do it that way this time. I'm going to be better with the media. I'm going to try to build relationships with you guys that I did not build before. And hopefully those things help me. But either way, I need to be better because that wasn't okay what I did there. And it wasn't okay. One of the reasons I'm not there anymore is because people, you know, they thought of me poorly. And I need to do a better job of connecting with people. And he did. You know, I still text Dave Yeager, you know, all the way through his cancer stuff. I text him all the time. And, you know, we're like a year apart, but also he has two girls that are, his two girls and my two boys, they're a year apart. My oldest and his oldest are a year apart. My youngest and his youngest are a year apart. So we're people in similar life stages. And so like we connected, and he connected with a few other people as well. He didn't connect with everyone. But I thought that Dave Yeager coming out of Sacramento's reputation was much better than when he got to Sacramento.
Dave's pretty young. I mean,
Dave?
I mean, 48 years old, having coached in the NBA, starting as a head coach 2013. I think he still has some jobs to get.
Yeah. He's got to get all the way clear his stuff.
He's got to, sure.
Yeah, I just read a really good article. I think the
Philadelphia Inquirer. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. That's a tough road, man. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. I talked to him. He was always in pretty good spirits. He was I'm in a lot of pain. He said that a couple of times, and he also would say, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. He kept saying it like it's not going to be easy, but I'll get through it. And again, he probably still needs to gain 30 pounds. So he's got a lot to go through, and especially to be a head coach, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for all of that, because it's a grind and it's brutal on you the whole season. And it's talking to the media, 75, 80, maybe more times in a year. Probably more like 100 and something, because we got all the practices and everything else. So there's just so much that goes into it where you have to put on a specific face every time. And, so you need to be in tip-top shape if you can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope Dave, hope he gets another opportunity. Like I said, I don't want to see his career end with that King situation. I think he's a much better coach than the result that he got in Sacramento, and I'd love to see him get another opportunity as well. He's definitely earned it. When you talk about some of the possible replacements for Alvin Gentry, I know a lot of people go straight to defensive minded. How do you think the Kings are going to approach the coaching search? Is it going to be just defense at all costs, like a Steve Clifford, or is it going to be a guy that can relate to people, more of a people type person, or is it going to be somebody that's going to, are they going to not try and reinvent the wheel with this roster? Like, we got some good offensive players. Let's get a guy who can maximize them and maybe get them to play defense a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to look at specifically a defensive coach. Because let's be honest, that's not what Vivek wants. Vivek, the whole he doesn't want a marching band leader. He wants a jazz band leader. That's still the case. Like, the brand of basketball does
I want
matter.
a basketball coach.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. I want a winning coach that they give the job to and then back off and supply him with the players to fit what he does and for him to create something. I thought it was really interesting. I asked Monty McNair at his press conference, was there a specific type of coach or, this is the first time he's got to hire his own head coach ever, not just with the Kings, ever. This is his first go around hiring a head coach. And I thought his approach was interesting. It wasn't that he was looking for, he wants them to present stuff to him, an idea, a plan of how they'll fix the Sacramento Kings. And you can't just always say, oh, give me more defensive players. Clearly this team needs more length and they need more shooting. They need long shooters. Every team in the league does, but this team more than anyone, just because of the other two players that they have. They're two star guys. So I think that it has to be a good marriage between the front office and a coaching staff. That's sort of, if we look back at why the Kings are so successful, it wasn't just Jeff Petrie. It wasn't just Rick Adelman. It was a combination of Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman together. Mm-hmm. They were teammates together in the pros. They were friends, lifelong friends. They're still lifelong friends. But they had, there was no moment where Rick Adelman asked for a point guard and Jeff Petrie went out and signed Royce White, like what Pete D'Alessandro did to Michael Malone. There just wasn't that moment. They were always looking to work together. We talk about the next man up mentality, and I think Rick Adelman is probably the best coach I've ever seen at having the next man up mentality, We didn't just see it here in Sacramento. I mean, when he went to Houston, they won 21 straight, 22 straight. And like in game 11 or 12, he lost T-Mac. In game 13, he lost Yao Ming. Chuck Hayes filled in for Yao Ming, and they kept winning. They won another 10 or 11 straight. Like his next man up mentality, what that did here in Sacramento, it was because he always had a next man to put up. When a guy like Peja goes down, he's got a Hito Turkoglu. When Chris Webber goes down, he's got a Scott Pollard. You know, he always had the next man, and those guys needed to elevate their games, and the other guys needed to elevate their games, but there was always the next man. Here, you know, you can't back up the fastest point guard in the league in De'Aaron Fox with the slowest point guard in the league in Corey Joseph. And that's not fair to Corey Joseph, and it's not fair to De'Aaron Fox. It's not fair to the rest of the team. How do you do two different styles? You can't have Marvin Bagley's backup, who is one of the fastest power forwards in the league, being Nemanja Bjelica. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So next man up means a lot of different things, but you got to have this relationship between the front office and the coaching staff that works, which is one of the reasons why Luke Walton was brought back for another season, because him and Monty did hit it off, and they did feel comfortable together going into the season.
For 17 games. Suddenly, I don't feel so comfortable with you, pal. All right.
Yeah.
Man.
And Luke was wondering, hey, where's the rest of the team that I was promised?
Very well may have been.
Yeah.
Did Monty say anything that caught your attention? You know, we air these press conferences, we listen to them, we play the sound bites, but we all kind of do it with the understanding, you know, James, Brendan, you guys are going to ask Sean, you're going to ask good questions. He's probably not going to answer, though.
Yeah.
He's going to say a lot of words.
Yeah. He's he can dip, duck, dodge, dodge, dip, duck, and dodge better than just about
anyone. Is that a dodgeball reference?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I got
Kenny
you.
just got hit with a wrench. You caught it. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Like, look, yeah, he needs to figure out a way in those situations to actually give something. Because, I mean, look, I cut a bunch of videos from De'Aaron Fox, a bunch of videos from Sabonis, and put all of them up on Twitter. I don't think I cut it at all from Monty. And, you know, I thought last year his postseason, his end-of-the-year press conference was spectacular. I thought he stood there and took ownership and said, we did not do enough. I didn't think he had that moment this time, you know, and it is kind of interesting. It's almost like watching the State of the Union where you're waiting for that moment, someone to have the moment, and I don't think he had the moment. And so it ends up coming across as like, it was fine. He was well prepped. And, you know, he came in there and he said the right things and avoided, you know, the pitfalls. But at the same time, we didn't get much out of it. Like, there wasn't much for me to write on from that.
Yeah, and like Damien we talked about earlier, I don't expect him to say a whole lot of anything in those type of situations. And to be honest with you, there's not a whole lot to say. I think we're past, as people who cover the team and different Kings fans and things of that nature, we're past the talk. You know, it's time for action. It's time for action. And you can say what you plan for and what you want to do all you want. If it's not resulting in wins, none of it matters. We had TT talking. He talked such a good game after that Minnesota game and had so much to say, resulted in nothing. So I think, in fairness to Monty McNair, there's not anything that he could have said, I don't think, that would have kind of changed people's perception. It's all about the wins and losses at this point.
Yeah, but I still think, like, accountability is something that when you're in that situation, you have to step up and take ownership of what's happened. You can't just act like what just happened didn't just happen. And I'm not saying he didn't act like what happened, you know, like the team was 30-52. Like, you need to take some ownership over the things that happened and say that you'll get it right, that, you know, make a proclamation that you're going to get it right, even if there's no way to be sure that you're going to get it right. You know, they know there's a lot of work to do. They're looking to make another big aggressive play. Nothing is written in stone, but, you know, like when he gets asked specifically about Trey Lyles, I'm pleasantly surprised. like move on to the next question. Like it was like very basic things that, like I think you get more out of James's 6 quick thoughts from the end of a game than you did out of 12 minutes, 15 minutes. And again,
And those are on
sometimes
Twitter
that's-
too. He's got character limitations over there with his 6 quick thoughts.
Well, but sometimes that's the best, right? So it's better than Vlade Divac going, well, I had a better deal 2 days ago. And
That's
it's
very
like,
true.
Oh, like, why, Vlade, why? Yeah. There was no takeaway soundbite that was like, oh, that's got to be out there. There just wasn't.
Yeah. And I don't think there ever has been for Monty, but he was more assertive last year. And I get why he wasn't this year, because the last time he was assertive, it bit him in the ass 17 games into the next season. So like, maybe just shut up this time, go out there and do your work. And I'm perfectly okay with it. Yeah. I'm perfectly okay with it. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll get James Ham's thoughts on Minnesota last night and how the T-Wolves were rocking. And, of course, every Sacramento Kings fan was daydreaming about that type of atmosphere at the Golden One Center. So a lot's more ahead here as it pertains to your Kings coverage when James Ham and Dylan with KC return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
How are we doing, guys?
Good, man.
Great. What a duel between, sorry about this, James, Mania and Webb today. They went at it.
Yeah, Mania's pitching really well.
Oh, you said Mania. Oh.
Well, he had a no-hitter through 7 in his first start, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we had the Kershaw no-hitter through 7 today, and then they pulled him with 80 pitches.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
the A's have
crazy.
actually been fun to watch. The fact that they're 2-3, I mean, at least they've been fun to watch. I don't expect that to hold up at all. I mean, you always look for things that are sustainable and things that aren't. Like, so when I'm watching the Kings game and I'm like, oh man, they got a nice 8-point lead, but they've hit 12 of 18 from 3 in the first half. That's not going to continue. So you're always looking for those things. And like with the A's, like there's so many of them. It's like Elvis Andrus isn't going to bat 220, let alone 330 or something. He's got a home run. I'm not sure if he hit one last year.
Saw the Giants won a close one.
Yeah.
Right.
Sweat, boy. My boy Duvall. Woo. Made it tough down there at the end, but he pulled it out. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
When was the game where was it Duvall who had the bunt late in the game that angered everyone?
Dubon.
What was that?
Mauricio Dubon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was. Yeah. I love baseball. My bar is filled with baseball picks.
Yeah,
and other
there's
stuff.
as soon as the coach is hired, it's James Ham or 1320 Baseball Insider.
Yeah.
We're going to start calling you Buster Ham.
You're going to get this James Ham right here.
There we go. Oh, Captain Awesome. All right.
James Ham on a boat. That's what you're going to get.
I still like Fedora Ham. I like New Orleans ham.
Yeah, you can hit me. I'll be out on the boat, and we'll do some of these from the boat. There, how about that? Floating along.
Yeah, we're going to Ham's house for the summer for sure.
Yep, that's right. Oh, everyone's fighting over the Mark Jackson stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bryce. We talked about her a couple hours ago, buddy. I'm sorry. I know you got a job, so it's okay. But we did. You could rewind. We got you. Bryce, we got you. We did that. We did it earlier. I promise. It's in there. Download the podcast. No, that's too much, Russ. You're gonna kill Kenny.
No.
You're gonna kill Kenny.
No. They play every day. Well.
I think the A's game.
Well, you guys are really going. You guys are really going at it about Mark Jackson. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, but I mean, how long has it been since he's been a coach in the league? And that was his only real opportunity.
8 years? 7 years?
Yeah, I
Two
mean,
to
whatever.
14.
What's the Warriors' first championship?
15. So his last year was 2013, 2014. Championship was 2014, 2015.
Okay. Yep. So that's a long time.
It is.
You know, the league's changed a lot. He's had opportunities. He's put his name
But it's not
out
like
there
he
for other
hasn't been
opportunities.
around. I mean, I'm not trying to stall him out, but it's not like he's been around.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's calling the, biggest game of the week every week.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's in the game for sure.
He's John Gruden, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that, and I mean, I think you can say the same about Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff Van Gundy just kind of
that's
disappeared early.
Yeah. And I look like Van Gundy's record's really good. Like,
he's a really good coach.
I mean, he's significantly better than John Gruden. When they brought John Gruden back, it was like, this is dumb. Jeff Van Gundy's he has he's a really good coach.
Yeah, yeah. And he's willing to get out there and fight for your guys, even if it's hanging from someone's ankle. Yeah. I mean, he's fiery. I think
We're
they
coming
want
back.
someone.
Hang on. We're coming back. The chat continues to discuss amicably, because that's what the chat house does, over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on Facebook Live as well. You can interact with the show on any one of those streams. Discussing Mark Jackson and Mark Jackson being out of the league, the last 7 or 8 years or whatever it's been. And then the conversation shifted to Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff Van Gundy was a really good coach, had a long, multiple stretches of being a really, really good basketball coach. But again, I think he's been, even though he's been around the game, I think he's been away from the game for a really long time. I don't see a situation where, Jeff Van Gundy comes back. I thought, maybe the hot trend after the John Gruden hiring was, okay, we're going to hire the analyst on the A shows. I guess maybe Jeff Van Gundy is coming back. And the fact that he hasn't yet, the fact that Stan Van got a job before Jeff Van did, man, I think that's probably Jeff probably would take the perfect job if it was offered to him, but I don't think he's taking any job that's offered to him.
Yeah, his name hasn't even been out there for a while. I mean, we had heard rumors at one point that there was possibility for him to go back to the Rockets, and then it fell apart, and then he didn't. And so, yeah, he's always been one of those guys that you think, man, he's a great communicator. He was a guy who really had his team play hard each and every night. I think he'd be a great coach, but at the same time, he hasn't been in the league for a long time, and the league has changed. And I know as a guy who sits there and watches it every day, he knows the changes that have been made. And he easily could pick up a lot of the nuances of what's happening. He is an old school basketball coach, so and I just don't see him coming back out of retirement, especially not for a job like the Kings. And a Stan Van Gundy is the guy who left the Kings at the altar at a Kinko's.
Kinko's, he left him at the Kinko's. Yeah,
Kinko's
in the Potomac.
Kinko's.
That was
his wife.
It was okay. I don't know if it was one downtown off of J Street or
if you're. It wasn't then, but it's right next to. It's right next to Chipotle. That is the I believe they're called FedEx places now. FedEx Kinko's, I think, is what they're called. That's the Stan Van Gundy Kinko's right
I might
there.
have to go to that one.
They should put a sign out.
Yeah, I might have to go there and take a picture of that. Hey,
Stan Van was here. I think they should do that.
He told us one time in a scrum that is the most embarrassing thing that he did during his entire career. It's the one regret that he has, that he handled it poorly, that he was disrespectful, that he should not have done it that way, and that he's apologized, I think, to the Kings brass for what happened. But it was a regrettable situation that he should have handled better.
Refresh my memory. Okay, I love that. He wishes he had handled it better. He still would have taken the Orlando job, but he wishes he had handled it better. Was that the post-Adelman hiring that turned into Musselman? Where was he again?
That was probably 2008 or 2009. It wasn't the 2010 season. Well, let's see. I think 09-010 is Westfall, and then 010-11 is Westfall, and then the start of 11-12 is Westfall. So it was probably before Westfall. And Westfall, again, Westfall is a guy, let's just for comparisons, Westfall is a guy that coached the Suns. Then he got a Supersonics team where he showed up on day one, and Vin Baker came into camp something like 80 pounds overweight and with a major alcohol problem, which, again, that was a rough go. And so he didn't get an opportunity for a long time. And again, a religious guy that, huge religious. Paul was very religious. And so it took him a long time to get back in the league. And when he did with the Kings, it was for, I think it was the lowest money in the league. I think he made like $1.75 million a year. It was the lowest dollar head coaching job in the league at the time. And the Maloofs really didn't have any money. And that's why he was able to get that job. But I do think that there is a certain amount of, again, the league is what it is. The players are going to do what they're going to do. And sometimes having someone who is heavily religious as your leader, maybe isn't exactly what some of the players are looking for. And there are some guys that love that, but there are also, I think, some people who don't like being judged for what they do as NBA players.
Well,
unless I'm reading this wrong, Van Gundy turned into Reggie Theus.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang time. Y'all know about hang time.
Reggie.
Literally everybody knows hang time. What do you mean?
You know hang time?
I know hang time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this: who was the first coach on hang time?
Oh,
I stumped it. Boy.
Is it Mark something? No.
It was Dick Butkus.
Oh, wow.
The first season, Dick Butkus was the head coach, and then Reggie Theus came.
Interesting.
That was a pretty good show.
Yes, but did you know that Dick Butkus was the special referee at the Wrestler NFL Battle Royal in Chicago at WrestleMania 2?
Did you know that Liberace sang during the first WrestleMania?
I did know that.
What in the world?
James, did you know any of this?
No.
Did you know Floyd Mayweather once knocked out the Big Show? Did you know Shaquille O'Neal competed in a WWE Battle Royal?
I think I did know that. And I remember Dennis Rodman, and I remember Karl Malone.
Yep, that was WCW. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mark Curry is hanging with Mr. Cooper. Thank you.
Oh, that's what
I was
there
thinking.
you go.
Mark
I was
Curry.
like, who's Mark? What do you, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Hanging with Mr. Cooper. My bad.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let's
Which
get back on
he
track.
tried out. He tried out for the Warriors, right?
He did.
He did, yeah. That whole show was based in Oakland.
Yeah. I saw the episode where he tried out for the Warriors on the show. I think he tried out for them in real life too.
Yeah,
who's
I think
a really good basketball player is Dwayne Martin. Tried out for the Knicks.
Dwayne Martin makes an appearance on Bel Air.
He does.
Dwayne Martin makes it. There's like there's a handful of recognizable actors in later episodes of Bel Air, and Dwayne Martin is one of them.
I tried to get a little caught up on it the other night. I fell asleep. No, nothing towards Bel Air. I was exhausted.
Brian McKnight was really good. There've been a couple of athletes that have been good ball players. I don't think Master P was ever really good, but he was just loud about playing basketball.
Cameron
and he put his money out there too, didn't he?
Yeah.
He owned like a minor
CBA
league
team, I think. Yeah, CBA.
Yeah.
At the time. So yeah. Last night
coached the Kings
in Minnesota, the Timberwolves won a championship for the franchise. The parade will be going on.
Tears were shed.
Rings were made.
The Mall of America exploded.
Now we can laugh at this because James, we all know what would happen here in Sacramento in the same situation, and it would be 10 times what we saw in Minnesota last night. Correct?
Oh yeah, it would be absolute bedlam, absolute craziness. People crying in the streets.
Yep.
People I mean, it would be nuts, and that would just
be
be
going
for
on right now.
Yeah, it would still be going on. It would be like Mardi Gras at like it would be spectacular. No, and you know what? Kings fans deserve it so much. I mean, you've been through so much, and at some point, you gotta do something to win. I did think it was interesting. McNair did say like he wasn't going to do what your thought was put everything in for next
He was
season.
listening to D-Lo and KC. He's like, I'm gonna shut this Kenny Caraway thing down.
Yeah, Kenny is wrong, and I'm not going to do do That's what he said. Like,
Well, look, you better win.
he's like, I'm reading between the lines, Kenny. Oh, there it is, Kenny. That's what he was doing to Kenny. I'm not doing it, Kenny.
And I'll tell Monty this: you better win, else I got a Zillow app for you.
Oh, there you go.
Get familiar with them.
Yeah, I know.
If you don't if this thing turns to 17, get Zillow up on your phone. Truly.
I thought that was that's how I introed the Alvin Gentry. It was my lead. Head coaches in Sacramento, they rent, they don't buy. Yeah, because unless you like investment properties in California, which is probably done really well, but yeah, it's not a place that you should buy. Yeah, and look, I love that Minnesota had that moment, and they had adversity. I was watching Karl Anthony Towns, like he was beside himself. He didn't even know what to do coming off the court with like 2:40 left in the first half with 4 fouls. Like he wanted to, like, if there was a baby to be punched, he wanted to punch a baby. He was like wandering around, like looking for something, like he was so angry. Yeah. And then to survive, like, hey, it's fun. And for Pat Bev to beat his former team, like I'm here for it. I love it. I would love to see Kings fans actually get that for themselves.
Yeah.
One of these
still
days.
funny. It's still funny.
No, that's what we talked about. Like, yes, we would be doing so much more, myself included, Chris Bosh, all throughout J Street, Chris Bosh. Okay. Absolutely. But it was still funny to watch them get up on the scores.
I just got to be honest. I don't think I'd cry though. Like, that's just the one that Pat Bev, like he really, like, I love, Pat Bev's emotion, his intensity. Like, oh, okay, like I got it. That's what my man was shedding tears over this moment. It was like, oh, all right, like, cool. Like, Pat Bev, you've been to the playoffs before. Like,
in the playoffs last year.
It's not like this is the first time you've been to the playoffs in like a 19-year career.
So also, it's not like you had 30 to will him to this moment. You had 7.
Yeah. Look, I think I'll be out in front of the arena selling. Like it'll just have a number 8 on it. Just like, we're the 8 seed. We're the 8 seed. We're number 8. We're number 8.
Hey,
like, I know they'll sell like hotcakes. Like, people will freak out. Yes, we got the 8. We finally are there. Like,
see,
all right.
But if you're the 8, that actually means you won 2 games, doesn't it?
No, because I think Minnesota is the 8 now, right?
Minnesota's 7.
Okay,
no,
so
Minnesota's
you lost
7.
one. Yeah, Minnesota's the 7. So okay, you lost one and you won one. That means you lost the first. So that's exactly what we would do. We would celebrate losing one playing game, but winning the second one to get James Ham's number 8 T-shirt.
That's right.
Coming to the kingsbeat.com next season, hopefully. The playing
number 8.
Number 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's much better than the number 12 shirt I could sell right now.
Well, the good thing about the number 8 is it could be old in a year. The good thing about the number 12 is it seems to last forever.
Yeah.
Like, you can wear it every single year when the season's over.
It ain't never going out of style.
I've got T-shirt ideas all over the place now, so I'm gonna reach out to my guy right when we're done here. Me and Brickhouse we're gonna come up with some cool lottery ball shirts and stuff.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one right there. A Kings lottery ball shirt, because, well, I mean the lottery's probably a month away. Like, you're locking in on coaching interviews and kind of following those stories. Like, you're really not going to get a ton of off time when you can consider you got a coaching search here. Then depending on how the lottery goes, you got that coming up about a month and some change from now. Then you'll have the draft, then free agency, and then the California Classic might or might not be here. Then you'll have Summer League, and then before you know it, James Ham vacation is over.
Yeah, so the way that the offseason works, really, I usually take like the week off after the season. And in the past, like when I had to go cover all of the playoffs, all the Warriors playoffs, I would take off the first round to kind of give myself a moment to catch my breath. But that just, it doesn't happen. Realistically, I'll steal a couple of days here and there, but you don't really get any time off until August. Maybe the third week of July, you can start to ramp down a little bit and take a little bit of time in August. But then, media days, usually around September 25th, you got to start gearing up for roster changes, the late ads. You'll start getting some players here and there to have conversations. And then we start seeing the ramp up to the season. And so, yeah, there's a small window, but the window isn't now. And it doesn't matter that the season ends around April 15th every year. I'm not someone that gets time to go do my taxes real quick.
So what is next for the Kings right now? Is it literally just the coach search, or is there like, I'm trying to think in my head of what else could be going on, but just the coaches being interviewed and that's really about it. Do you not get players like potential draftees coming in until after you know where you're at in the lottery?
No, you'll get some bleeding in before that. What is the lottery date? I haven't even looked it up yet. It's
somewhere
probably
mid-May because it's during the conference finals. So
yeah, it's going to be mid-May. So yeah, we'll probably start getting some like the week or two before, but we'll get 6-man workouts. They'll do 3-on-3, and it's usually a big man, a wing, and a guard. And they're mostly guys that are considered second-round picks. And then we'll get to a point where where the Kings are in the draft, and we'll start seeing some of those guys filter in, some of the bigger names. And it depends, maybe you're just looking at guys that are, 6 through 12 or 15. Because, I think this team is, in all honesty, I think that they're going to trade the pick unless it's in the top 3. Or they'll at least try, they'll at least listen. They do need young players, though. I mean, this team is not young out of nowhere. And, they have 2 young guys, 3 young guys, but that's not enough. I mean, this team does have like an age issue out of nowhere. And they're not old, but, bringing in a young player or 2 young players that have a shot to make the roster is actually a good thing for this team. So I could see them, you could maybe package Rashawn Holmes and if you have like the 7 and move back into the teens, but get a really, really good player and maybe their pick, so sort of go backwards a little bit. You can go up. I don't know how much you can go up in this draft, though. I think anyone who lands in the top 3 is going to stay in the top 3 because they believe that those 3 are if not all-star level players, plus rotational players, plus starters for a long time. And then when you get from 4 to 10, there's a bunch of question marks. It's a bunch of high ceiling, low floor players that you hope will work out, but it's a lot of gambling.
Draft lottery May 17th, 34 days, 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 1 second. Right now.
How did you get there's a site dedicated to the countdown?
I definitely guessed it.
Well, I'm just saying,
looking at Tankathon. I'm looking at Tankathon.
What Tankathon? Who's got the countdown to the
Kings have a 32% chance of getting into the top 4 and a 7.5% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. I mean, their odds are they're solid. I mean,
can you imagine if the Pacers get the number 1 pick? How this whole city would just lose their mind.
Well,
they did it right.
Traded it.
They know how to do things.
Yeah, and then they'll trade for Russ, and everyone will go, "Oh, all right." Maybe they won't.
That was not. I don't even know why that had to be mentioned. Like,
well, because that's out there. That's out there that they might trade.
Out there. That's a weird
Russ.
one. Yeah, that doesn't. That's a weird one. Charlotte, I almost understand Jordan, like, yeah, dude, whatever. Let's do it. Pacers, what? Wait, how are you going to do that?
Well, once again, they do it right.
The Pacers do it right.
They do it right.
Oh yeah, let's pair Russell Westbrook and Tyrese Halliburton and see how people react to that. Let's go ahead and do that.
Halliburton finished the season at 8.2 assists per game. He's in the top 5.
Damn,
I was totally shocked by that. That's really.
He
good.
had monster assist numbers,
especially
like,
when he got to Indiana.
Yeah.
He did.
It felt like he was finishing every night with 12, 13, 14, 15 assists.
Yeah. No, he did really well. Yeah. He's going to be a good player. He's going to be a really good player. So whether he can be great or not, we'll see. But he's going to be a really good player.
James, you got any interest in the playing?
Like in covering it?
Yeah, like the games that have had. Well, obviously we had 2 last night, but tonight, any of the games and then
winner go home.
Yeah, I'll watch, but I'm not really, because especially the Western Conference teams, those teams are horrible. Like the teams that made the play-in, they beat the Kings by 2 or 3 games, and this was a horrible Sacramento Kings season. Like they're not good. The fact that the play-in is kind of a shame. It's like they just keep like trying to move as opposed to moving the goalpost backwards, they keep trying to pull it up further for the Kings, and the Kings still can't hit it. It's like, oh man, why are your uprights on like the 7-yard line now?
They can't keep their lives. I think
it's bad.
The only like horrible team. I don't think the Pelicans are horrible. Like I don't. Brandon Ingram's good. CJ McCollum is good. Herb Jones, I like watching him. Valanciunas. I don't think they're winning in the playoffs, but I don't think they're a horrible team. Clippers, Paul George, that's good. That's fun. They're good. They're a solid team. Minnesota's a solid team. I think all of the East is pretty solid. So I think the Spurs are the outlier here. That's the team that they can go home tonight.
Yeah, but we're talking about 32, 33, 34, 35 win teams. These are bad teams in any other year. Even like think about this, a Jaeger year, right? The Kings finished with 39 wins. First of all, that would have made them what, like a 6 seed?
No, they would have been the 9th seed.
Okay. But even still,
because the Clippers had 42 wins.
They missed the playoffs by 8 games. Playoffs by 8 games that year.
Yeah.
So the 8 seed, not the 10 seed, the 8 seed was way up there, like 47 wins. This is just a really, really bad season. And I remember telling you guys in the beginning, all of the teams around the Kings, no one did anything spectacular. Nobody did anything that would like turn your head and go, oh, that's going to make them spectacular. Right. The Pelicans, again, they didn't have enough shooting. They went into the season without enough shooting. They got CJ at the deadline. They're still looking for 3 more shooters. And that's why they're not a 45-win team. So I'd say, like, if you're at 500, I'm okay saying that you're a pretty decent team. If you win 45 to 48 teams, you're a good team. You deserve to be in the playoffs. And that's not what, like, all of these teams are. And good for them fighting it out.
They're not
the Kings. TheKingsBeat.com, Kings Beat podcast, available wherever you get your podcast from. ESPN 1320, of course, we're your home of the Kings. The Kings versus the Avalanche tonight at 6 o'clock. We'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
That's my new favorite bit.
That's spectacular.
That's my new favorite bit.
My fedora's falling down.
Fedora ham.
Oh, are you okay, James?
Yeah.
You good, James? You okay?
I'm gonna put that hat on and do some hot takes. Hot take time. No hot takes. Ham patting himself on the back. Yes, I did call this, and I also told you that the Lakers wouldn't make the playoffs.
It's Ham Horowitz.
I was right.
That's what we do.
I was right.
That's what we do over here. Don't ever apologize for that, Ham.
Can't do it better than Kenny, but
that's what we do.
I'm intrigued to see how this coaching search goes. They're wide open, and again, like I reached out to a couple of my coaching guys and said, "You got anybody for me?" And they're not ready yet. They're like, I don't think that, like, have they touched base? Do they know who's out there? Sure. Yeah.
They're not ready yet. What the hell have you guys been doing?
I think they've been trying to get through a season.
They went in at 11 o'clock. You know, guys, I really don't think Alvin's coming back. I think we got to move on from Alvin.
They should have had a list ready 3 weeks ago. Not saying that
they should have had a list ready 17 games into the season. Let's call it.
Yeah.
Call it what it is.
Well, that, they did have to fire a bunch of people. And
yeah, that was weird.
I tried to ask a question at the end, but they had already gone to Zoom and said it was too late. And I was going to ask about the guys that Monty didn't even address, the guys that they let go. And you're talking about an assistant GM, one of your media directors, and your head trainer. Didn't say a word about any of them. I was like, oh, Brickhouse made Fedora ham. Oh, yeah.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I love it.
Let's go.
Fedora ham.
Fedora ham. I think this is going to be a chaotic, wild search. And to be honest, there's like probably 8 coaches that I would be totally happy with them getting that are all going to be available because there's just not going to be that many jobs. And this is one of those weird years where someone could say, hey, look, I might take wait another year. Like Dave decided to stay in Philadelphia for 2 straight years. I'm not sure that there was a huge amount of jobs that were floating around out there for him anyways. But like, if I'm the Kings, like, swallow your pride and go see if Dave Yeager's interested. Like, he's an excellent coach.
I agree.
And De'Aaron Fox really liked him, and he had your team playing the best it's played in years with less talent. And
hell of a story. That would be a crazy story if Yeager came back.
Yeah, I don't think it would happen. But like Michael Malone, here's a crazy story for you. I'll tell you this: when the stuff started to spin out with with Tyrone Corbin, so when the Kings replaced Michael Malone with Tyrone Corbin, and then that whole season just went to hell in a handbasket, like instantly. Like, Michael Malone literally said he would still come back. He's like, I would come back and help fix it. Like, I don't want this to happen. Those are my guys. I don't want that to happen to them. Like, I would totally come back and put this thing. Like, I would swallow my pride, walk back in the door, get back to work, and do the thing. And that's before, of course, he ended up in Denver. But like, during that season, he was still of the opinion that he would come back. So, like, and that was never going to happen. It's like a hypothetical that's not going to happen, but it's certainly something that, like, coaches, I don't know, you got to keep an open mind. And, Dave has been through like a major personal change. He's been through a couple of major personal changes, like even during his time here in Sacramento, and then going, with all of his stuff there. But there's a lot of good coaches, and I think you're going to have where maybe you didn't have a pick in a lot of years because there's going to be, too many open jobs. I think there will be a lot of people that are like, yeah, I'll go interview for that. Like, I don't think you could have got Terry Stotts before, but maybe you can get Terry Stotts. There's a lot of coaches that I like. I don't think either of the Van Gundys are coming out of retirement, and I don't think Mike D'Antoni will either. And, again, Mike D'Antoni at 70, that's a tough one to...
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough.
And you know why it's tough? This is the biggest issue that I have. There is not a Mike D'Antoni coaching tree. Not at least that I know of. So that means that, like, he comes in a little bit like George Karl, who not one of George Karl's guys, like, they weren't, like, on the track to be a head coach. And I like some of his guys and I thought they should have been, like, Chad Iskey and stuff like that. That he should have, but Yeager's staff was kind of the similar, and that he had a bunch of guys that he coached minor leagues with. He had Brian Gates, he had Jason March, but no one that was like the next in line to go somewhere. And so D'Antoni doesn't have that, and the reason I bring that up is because at his age, you would hope that he would come in with a successor. That he would come in with someone who had worked with him for a couple of years before and was ready to go on. And I guess maybe you can say some of these guys that are getting jobs, they may have coached under him at one point or another, but he's just, it's different. Anyway.
All right. We're going to end the stream, and we will see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. See you at noon.
Hello.